Okay, guys, good morning. Welcome to May 27th, 2025. We're going to start with a market update. Let's start with ES Futures. Where is ES Futures going this morning? Remember, yesterday was a holiday. The Canadian market was open, the American market was closed. So we're gonna start with some news first. Remember Friday morning when Donald Trump took to the waves and said he's gonna put 25% tariffs on the Apple iPhone and 50% tariffs starting June 1st on the Eurozone. Then over the weekend he changes his mind. So this is causing a havoc for the market. Market was going to the downside on the ES futures, as you can see on your screen. The market was going to the downside, and it was then that really took it really to the downside after he on 7 a.m. he announced those two things, tariffs on Apple and on the Eurozone. So since then, like he changed his mind. Sunday night, the futures opened up, and they opened up 300 points to the upside after he announced that he's going to delay the tariffs. So there's a lot going on. Like one of the things I always been accusing of Donald Trump is he's been trading his own news, and I think he's passing these things on. Nobody's questioning him because he owns everything. He owns all the secretaries. They're kissing his ring. Nobody's accusing of anything. Even the Congress, they're not accusing him. There are certain people who are accusing him. Obviously the Democrats are doing it, but so are maybe a few the Republicans as well who have any sort of not kissing up to Donald Trump are accusing him of that. But again, he also held a crypto thing on Friday, a crypto dinner for his big investors. He made $321 million. His foundation, controlled by his sons, made over $321 million since the beginning of January. So this guy refuses to take the $400,000 salary for the president, but he makes this kind of money on the side, 321 million. And not to mention, this got to be the largest grab by a president ever that he's helping himself a lot. So, and the thing is, why am I saying all this is because the market itself is not normal. Why? But if he can come in on Friday morning and announce these newses that he can cause the market to go down further, and then on the weekend he does a reversal, the market goes the other way. So the consistency in the market, like prediction on day to day, is getting harder because Donald Trump is coming out with the news. But if you look at the microeconomic numbers, they are the longer term effect. Okay, you can only predict with microeconomics numbers for longer time, but shorter time frames, like this one here with Donald Trump accusing the coming out with news every day, we don't know what's going to end up, where the market's going to end up. So far, the market today is going to be a risk on. A market it's already up 307 points on the Nasdaq, and it's also already up 81 points on the ES. So the market's already up. So what is the market going to do for the rest of the day? Okay. So the question is he going to come out with another news and say market, hey, I'm putting a tax on somebody, and that's going to drive the market to the downside, and then he takes the tax off, market goes to the upside. So on day to day basis, the market is becoming very unpredictable. Okay, but over the long term, my view still is market going to the downside. These tariffs are going to have a negative effect on the U.S. economy, right? There is no way Donald Trump is going to get Apple to move back to the U.S. and manufacture their phones there. It's just a cost effective to not be there. Even though if he pays 25% tariffs on the Apple phone, he still makes money, big money. So same thing with all the other companies that he's trying to move. But there is no way manufacturing is ever coming back to the U.S. Ford announced, GM announced they are laying off a lot of people because these tariffs are costing them a lot of money. Nobody's out there buying new cars. If you heard the news this morning, Tesla has lost 49%, in sales over in Europe, and the BYD on China is making up the big car sell to the upside. So all this is having a major effect on all the U.S. companies. Negativity is going to show up in the next month's numbers when we start looking at the microeconomic numbers. Where the jobs are going? Where are the GDP going? We're going to see the GDP number come out this week. So let's quickly bring on Forex Factory here. Let's take a look at what's coming out this week and what's going to drive this market. So let's take a look at the overall, not the earnings, look at the calendar first. So quickly, this one here is the Trading Ergonomics is really a good website to start on. So Tuesday we are looking at anything with the US, nothing major other than coming out 8:30. We got in about 8:22. We've got durable goods orders coming out on the US, and they're considered to be. I think this is going to be a down factor. Let's go to Forex Factory, which will show you very quickly. Okay, so let's go to this week, Tuesday here. We're going to, they're coming out at 8:30, these numbers here. This is Tuesday this morning here. Durable goods coming out. They don't have much effect, but it's going to show us where the economy is going. Are the orders picking up? Are the orders going down? So far, we are the last numbers that came out was negative 4.4. And this is expected to come negative 0.1. If it's come anything less than negative 1, this is going to have a negative effect on the stock market. Okay. Same thing with this number here. Anything that comes in less is going to have a negative effect on the market. Not as much, but still going to have a negative effect. So these are the numbers that are coming out today. And all the this Fred Williams is talking. That's going to affect the market. Okay. Then New Zealand actually have a bank rate that's going to be done tonight at 10 o'clock. Okay, let's quickly take a look tomorrow. FOMC, this is the one I wanted to show you. This is the one FOMC minutes are coming at 2 o'clock. This is not the rate change, okay? They're not doing the rate change. This is the minutes that come out from the last month's meeting, what the other Feds were saying, okay? What are the other Feds are saying on this? That's what the FOMC minute's going to say. And that's going to tell us what the other Feds are thinking. Are they thinking about increasing rates or are they decreasing rates? That's what they're going to be thinking about that, okay? So FOMC minutes coming up 2 o'clock tomorrow. And then we have the GDP numbers. I believe they're on Thursday.
ਭਾਜੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸ਼ੋ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ
Sorry?
ਸਕਰੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸ਼ੋ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ
Oh,
ਫੋਰੈਕਸ ਫੈਕਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ
the screen on the top of the chart is not showing. I got it on top of the chart, so I'm actually got all. Sorry? Oh, sorry, excuse me. I need to show the window capture. So I just got the on the OBS here, and I just got it running on ES here. Hang on one second. I need to do a window capture on change screen. Okay, go. Okay, now you see it. I think you see it now. Let me, if I minimize it. No, that's wrong screen. Okay, hang on guys. No. Sorry, just going, it's going to be a pain just the first day. Just trying to get everything organized the way it used to be. If I get rid of it. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, now let's see if my screen shows up. No, it still didn't show up. Does it work now? Yeah, it works now. Let me see if I can minimize it. Yeah, okay, looks good. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, So again, this is a Forex Factory. This is going to be very important number. Okay, it's already slated to come at -3. If it comes any worse than that, we're going to have the market drop like a stone. So we're going to see the market go down the side. Then the unemployment number, this is a weekly number that comes out, but GDP quarter to quarter is very important. So what does quarter to quarter mean? It basically means the last 3 months. So we had the negative number come. This is showing the U.S. economy is going to the downside. Okay, that's why you're going to have the long-term effect overall. If you can go look at the chart, it's been really going last 3 months. You can see that it's been heading to the downside. Okay, so the GDP number doesn't look good, and I think that's what's Donald Trump can bring his news every day and take the market up and down, but over the long-term effect, this is what will take the market to the downside. So the GDP numbers are heading to the downside, and we're going to see more numbers come out starting next month. Remember, we're almost, this is the last week in May. This is 5 months gone in this year pretty quick, right? So they're flying right by. And while I'm on this here, I'm going to show you guys also the earnings that come out. Just quickly go over the company, then I'll go a little bit later on. Bank of Nova Scotia did come out with earnings. They missed per share. They did beat the overall revenue. The stock was up on the earlier. So we'll look at these numbers after. Let's take a continue. Just give you a quick market update to see what's happening. So market is up this morning. Like I said, the ES, is it going to continue to the upside? I think it's already up a lot, 313 points. So at the open, I'm looking for the market to take a little bit of dip to the downside and then maybe continue to the upside. So market recovered very strong on nothing. Okay, basically Donald Trump taking the euro back to July 9th and put those tariffs on. So the market is gonna basically is up on nothing. So I see market for the rest of the day maybe going to the downside. Okay, right now it is up 313 points. ES is up 80 points. And let's take a look at the as we go down to the NQ. Oh, just quickly the 1 hour range. This is the 1 hour range right now on the ES. This is a high around 59.25. I'd go with a very easy number, 59.25, and the bottom looking at around this number here should be around 58.62, 58.60. Okay, this is where I look for the ES to trade today. And looking at the Nasdaq, same thing. Got the top here, the euro. This is a euro high this morning. It hit, guys. Well, if you were trading it, it went the first time, second time, third time, fourth time, 4 hours in a row where the market tried to break that high and came right back. If you were trading it, I would have gone short each of the times that the market was up here. Okay, so far the market is headed to the downside. This is where the support is around 21,200. Okay, and the next level right now is 21,190, which is the Asian low. So if you traded this this morning, these numbers, let's go down to the 1 hour. Just quickly take a look where the good trades were. So look how first time the market went up, hit that. That was the that was a euro high there. This was the Asian high. Once the Asian high was broken after 2 o'clock, the market just kept on going up. It did come a retest here, went up nicely. So right now the market is trading. I'm looking for the market to come down here, test this, and push right back to the upside. So that's what I'm saying this morning. The market is going to come to the downside. It's going to test the Asian high. That's where I expect this market to hit, maybe bounce right back to the upside again. So I do expect on the open that the market. So if you're going to buy anything, like I put a whole bunch of stocks, I'm going to go over with you guys. What could break out this morning. I just took I'll explain further when I get to those stocks. So let's take again the Nasdaq, testing this here. Let's go to the Dow Jones. Dow Jones is sitting over 4,200. This is the range, 42,261 to 42,175. The top, the bottom. You can draw your lines here if you like, but I don't trade the Dow Jones much because it's only got 30 stocks. Okay. Oil this morning is down 46 cents. For it's been where's my numbers here? Let's go back to 1 hour here. There is, as long as it stays below here, this is going to the downside. It's gonna stay. I'm looking for a $55 range again on oil. As long as it stays below the golden line, we are going to be staying short. Any opportunity you get a good setup on a short below this one here, I would be short on oil. What about gold? Gold is down this morning with the good news on the Eurozone. So what does gold do? Go to the downside. Anytime there's a good news in the market, gold goes to the downside. Anything time the bad news comes out, guess where the gold is going? Gold is going to the upside. So where do I see gold? This is a nice support right here on the yellow here, a yellow line. That's where I see the support on gold, and below that is we are bearish. Okay, so if you do come below this here, this is where you can actually take a short. Money is made right here, guys. Money is made right here. Money is made at the support level. Same thing with the Nasdaq. When I show you those lines, the Asian lines, the Euro lines, that's where the money is made. What you're looking for? You're looking for volume, and you're looking for market action, right? Price action. What is price action? You're looking for longer candles, and you're looking for higher volume when you get here. And whichever direction it breaks, that's what the direction you're gonna go. Okay, that is your goal. Take a look at the put call ratios. They all went towards the put side. Let me go back to it. So while I'm showing you, I wanted to go to the NQ chart. Well, let's go to the SPX chart. Okay, SPX again, where the put call ratio on the SPY went towards the put side. Same thing with the Nasdaq. So they're thinking on Friday after the market went to the downside, they thought the market would go down further to the downside, so they bought puts. Look at even the IWM or the Russell 2000. They bought a whole bunch of puts on Friday thinking the market is going to continue because of negative news. Guess what Donald Trump did? He just shot these guys who went towards the put side. So all those people holding puts this morning, guess where they are? They're all losing money, right? Thanks to Donald Trump. There's nothing you can do about Donald Trump news. You know, you can look at the microeconomic numbers over the long term, like I'm saying, but Donald Trump, you cannot do anything about that. So, and where's Bitcoin? Remember that he held his big thing on Friday, and the market took the Bitcoin, sitting almost at all-time high, was up 112, is sitting at 109K. I expect maybe more news, maybe Donald Trump releasing. This is purely ran on Donald Trump news, and it's hitting the new highs. Can he push it higher? I don't know what he's gonna say today. If he's gonna say something, you know, again, it's gonna take it higher or lower. Again, let's see what he comes out with. Okay, so look at Ethereum. Ethereum is the other. I still like Ethereum better than. Remember, I said back here, buy Ethereum back here. I thought it was a better play than the Bitcoin. If you did, congratulations. Okay, like I remember this breakdown here. I said if it breaks above here, boom, and that's exactly what happened. You know, stocks like Mara, Hut, they're gonna continue the direction of the Bitcoin. So if you're trading those stocks, okay. Take a look at some Bank of Nova Scotia earnings that came out this morning. Let's take a look at Bank of Nova Scotia, what it's doing. And what about the earnings, or what we should do this morning. Okay, this is on the Canadian exchange. It's $71.74. It came out with earnings. It missed its per share, which isn't much at all. I hope this stock takes it to the downside, but if it doesn't, well, you know, I think it's going to be still it's 0.03. I'm buying this stock if it comes down, but I hold a lot of this stock. I might take some profit for short term. Okay, but remember, this other banks are still coming out with earnings, like CIBC, BMO is still coming out with earnings. So I hold this stock. It's up to you what you want to do. You want to take some profits and maybe let it drop a little bit and come back, right? Again, if you have good profit, you may want to take it, but I'm sitting on the fence whether I want to sell this or not. Okay, I will give you more. If I do sell it, it will be in the chat before I sell it, or I will give you my opinion before I get away from 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 anything. So Bank of Nova Scotia is on hold right now till 9:30, and I will make a more decision then whether I sell it or not. It's up to you. If you have a huge amount of profit, remember we were buying down here, right? If you have it, well, that's a big profit to the upside, right? If you have it, take it and wait for a dip. If anybody new that wants to buy Bank of Nova Scotia, I would suggest that you wait. Okay, just wait. Maybe this little thing here, maybe it'll cause the market to the downside, but we'll see. But what is it doing on the New York Stock Exchange? We will be able to see that right now. And it is to the downside in the pre-market, $51.70. Okay, so it's already showing on the New York Stock Exchange, it's down about 60 cents American. So that's about $1. Okay, that's about $1 down on Bank of Nova Scotia. Okay, so they missed it by slightly. We have BMO and CIBC and Royal Bank still to come. Three major banks still coming out with big earnings. I'm not worried about this drop, guys. If you think, if you ask me, I'm not worried about it at all. So if you want to take your profit, that's fine. Okay, that is Bank of Nova Scotia. Quickly, what else is coming out? Quickly, Costco is, if anybody wants to play Costco, Costco's coming out with earnings on Friday. Let's see if you have a play on Costco. I think so. Costco is already up. It's up. Damn, it's up $6 already this morning. If you want to play this for the earnings, I think it's gonna go higher. I think it may add it. Will it try to touch 137? Sorry, 1037. I don't know, but I think you still will make some money. Even at 1014, I think Costco will go higher. But if you make some money, if you don't know what the stock's gonna do on Friday, you may want to sell it on Thursday. Take your profits. If you make good money on it, why would you want to take why take a risk? Then again, if Costco comes out with good earnings, last time it didn't. If you look at the last time, look what it did. It was trading at 1021. It opened up 1014. Then it went all the way down to almost 944. That's over 50, 60, almost like $100 drop. If you can accept $100 drop here, then go for it. If you cannot take the big drop, then that I would not hang on to the stock. So you understand why I'm saying that sell it on Thursday if you're making some money on this. Could it go $100 up? Sure it can. But again, do you want to take the risk? That's why I don't play for earnings. I don't. I like to make my money nicely, quietly. Okay, my quiet in Costco is to buy short term. If it goes up, I'm out. I'll take profit. Okay, Costco is one. Nvidia is a big one. This is what is going to drive the market. Okay, the earnings are out on tomorrow after market. Okay, will they beat the earnings or won't they beat the earnings? Will they beat the revenue or won't beat the revenue? Let's quickly, I think it's a play stock. If you bought it on Friday, it's up $3 already. I can see it testing this high and breaking out. Maybe it has to be done today or tomorrow before the numbers come out. Okay, if you want to play Nvidia for earnings, I'd go for it. But again, if you want to take the risk with earnings, I don't want to take risk with earnings. I don't take it. I don't want to play with it. But if you want to play for a day or two, well, that's all you got, either today and tomorrow. But it's already, if anybody played it for on Friday and bought the bottom here, you're already up. Okay, so that is Nvidia. What else we can see? Let's take a quick look whether Nvidia can beat their earnings. I think they can. Why? Because if you look at the numbers here, 73 cents. 73 cents is a lower number what they came out in the last quarter. So every quarter they've been beating the numbers. I think they'll beat this number too. But again, remember, the hopes are they will beat this, they will crush this number. By crushing this number, even if they come out with 89 cents or 90 cents, they're crushing this number. That will take the stock higher. Okay, even if they beat the 73 to 74, 75, that's still negative for Nvidia. Nvidia still it will go down if it's even up to 80 cents. I think it will drive the stock down. Anything above 80 cents is going to drive the stock to the upside. Same thing with the revenue. If they can come out with stronger revenue, that will pump the stock to the upside. So even if they beat these numbers, I think they're going to beat the numbers. By how much though? That's what the expectation is on Nvidia. Expected to beat these numbers by wide margin. And if they beat it by wide margin, that's, the stock will go higher. We'll look at Nvidia again tomorrow. Anybody have any stocks they want to take a look? Because if you don't, I have a whole bunch of stocks here that I gave you guys a list this morning. So quickly take a look at those ones. Where are they? Right there. Okay. So we're going to look at each individual stock this morning. The reason I put this in the list, I'm gonna make a list like this every morning for you guys, for something that is ready to break out. And these are only day trading, guys. These are day trading stocks. If it breaks out, you make money on it, fine. If it doesn't, then get out of the stock. They're day trading. If you want to hold on to any of these stocks, do your research, do the fundamentals. But I got these stocks here only to show you that if you're day trading, I know a lot of people want to day trade and swing trade, and that's what these stocks basically are for. So let's take a look at this one, first one, serve. So I'm going to make a bigger chart here. So I'm looking for the breakout. It's already happening. So it's $36.01. It's already on the breakout, 37.7. The earnings have been very strong on this stock, and it's been going to the upside. Okay, very strong from the bottom here. And do I expect it to continue? Yeah, this chart technical. Remember, I don't care what the stock does. Even though I know a lot of people know this stock is in the defense and security solutions, but when you're trading for day trade, you don't really care what the stock is doing. All you need to know is it going to continue to the upside? Should I buy at 37.15? Is it going to continue to the upside? That's what you need to know. And what you need to know is you get volume down here. If there's volume increasing to the upside, and this is already breaking out, well, this stock can continue to the upside. It's already got a lot of volume this morning in the pre-market. So it looks like this could be a further push to the upside, $37.19. So bring it on your screen, take a look at it. Take a look at on the hourly chart. Let me put the algo on it, see what the algo is saying on the hourly, only on the hourly on this one. So it actually gave us a buy signal a few days ago. 34.69 was a buy signal on the 1 hour. So if you bought back here, you would have already made some money. Okay, can it continue? Look for a breakout. It's already doing it. Can it continue from 37.19? Yeah, I think it can. Okay, that is that. Let me get rid of. I don't want to leave this here on it. Go back. Let's take a look at the next stock. This is the next one. Centrus Energy. It's got very fundamental numbers. Actually, are very strong on this too. So what I'm looking for this one is a break above 123. Let me put and we will review these tomorrow. Because I'm going to leave these on the chart. We'll review them tomorrow, see what they did. And it's already got a very high volume this morning. But I'm looking, it broke this one here. This is what I actually was looking at originally, 102.13. It's already broken up above that. So the next level is 122.69. If it breaks above that, that can lead to this one. Company has really good fundamental numbers too. Let me quickly show you those statistics. Look at these numbers. I think they were very solid. Okay, so I think wait for the breakout. I wish They had this last week on this here. I was doing this. It would have been nice to pick up this morning. Take a look at the next one. What are you doing? Why am I? Okay. So this one is Marion Technologies. Let's take a look at this one. What is this gonna do? Okay, this is already breaking out. So, huh? Sorry guys, just something came up here. Um, so quickly take a look at this stock here is breaking out $19.10. Again, these are short-term day trading stocks. If it continues to the upside, go for it. Again, am I going to be buying or any of these? I don't know. Really, to be honest with you, I will be looking at them, but I want to give those guys who are want to trade these stocks opportunity to again. This is breaking out. I want to give some of those day traders that are really want to trade some of these stocks. That's what those are for. But remember, they're very short term. This one here, I'm gonna put it the breakout right there. The breakout 1887 above. That's where you should say a lot of volume coming into it. And if it's above 18, like close to $19 here, I would go for it. Okay, that is that one. Quickly, let's go over to Quantum. This has already gone up a lot, guys. I don't know if I want to chase it, but I just put it for information only in here. Quantum computing. Okay, D-Wave. It's by this where the breakout was. This is why I'm looking at these stocks. This has fundamentals are crazy. I wouldn't buy it on the fundamentals. Wouldn't buy it on the long term on the fundamentals. As long as this is a day trader stock. This is the type of stocks I'm trying to bring you guys every morning. When a stock breaks out like this, it can continue like this one here. Okay, so I will do this every morning. Bring out stocks that are ready to do stuff like this here. So that is Quantum. Again, don't chase it, guys. Let's take a look at the next one. Sandstrom here, gold. This is a gold stock. Okay, again, looking for a breakout above here, right there, $8.90. If it breaks out above that, I think it can take off. It's forming a little bit of like a W here, and the bullish is right there, $8.90 above, and it can it run above that? Look for volume. If more volume comes in, this thing can take off to the upside. Okay, that is sand. Let's take a look at the next one. Okay, let's take a look. That was sand. This one here, Cerber Robotics. This is a futuristic stock. Future AI and robotics. It's getting a nice U-turn. I like this one here, and I like the current price. I like this. This is nothing to do with technical breakout. I just like this stock for the future. I think these are the type of stocks that are gonna take off. Okay, I would buy a little bit of it, not too much of it, but the fundamentals are not so great, right? The company is new, but I've been reading up. I just read up a little bit this morning. So could be one of our future stock. Could be a good holding. Okay, but don't go crazy on it. Just a little bit if you want to, or if you want to wait for my research. I'm doing a further research on this one, and if you want to wait for that, I will give you a more within today or tomorrow. I will have more research on it, and I will let you know whether we should buy for long term. Okay. I like the way this stock is doing, what the technology is. IONQ, this is the last one. Quickly. Okay. So this stock is again I'm looking for a breakout of, not here, but I was looking at this higher breakout, but the stock has very strong volume here, and even above here, this red line is a good place. I think we can grab some if it breaks out above here. Remember, these $50 stocks, over $20 stocks tend to break out in dollars to the upside. So if it does break out, this could be another that can at least go up to $55 here. Okay. So I will get more back to these stocks here a little bit later on. I will be watching all these when the market does open up at 9:30. So we'll see. I will give you more details if I bought any of these here. So listen, guys, it's 8 minutes. I need to get out, get ready for the show. Um, we will continue this after 9:30, looking into more of these stocks. Okay. So I will leave it here and I will pass the torch on if Harvey is there.
All right, what's up, guys? Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Ready for markets. It is a short week, but we'll get things started here. I'm gonna do a quick reset and then make sure my screen is sharing, and then we'll give you guys my update on the markets. Okay. All right, I apologize if my voice is a bit rough this morning, guys. I was at the Post Malone concert yesterday. So Post Malone's one of my favorite artists, and he was performing in Toronto, and it was pretty sick, but I kind of lost my voice a little bit. So we'll try to be active. Give you guys my update here, but again, just apologize if my voice sounds a bit rough today. All right, so start off by looking at sort of the longer term picture here. If we take a look at the ES and the NASDAQ, really we're just getting more Trump-based shenanigans, right? On Friday, we had him come out in the morning saying that he was putting those tariffs on EU. And then over the weekend, pretty much saying, never mind, back as normal, going back to July 9th. So with that move, we saw that downside come in on Friday, but then the subsequent gap up on Sunday, followed by the follow-up day yesterday, was pretty low volume given that it was a holiday, but held markets up and reclaimed some key levels, right? On ES, I was mentioning 58.50, 58.72 would be key levels on the upside. And on NASDAQ, you had this 236 level. So off of that move, we got kind of at the open, we got a really strong bullish candle put in at a key support level on kind of on a daily upswing. So what we see in today's action, do bulls have momentum? Do we see some follow through on this move? Is this become a kind of higher low that we see markets push off of? Or does markets kind of sell? Is this a fake out for the bulls and does it lead to further selling, right? So zooming in here on the hourly, key levels I'll be watching in today's session. On ES is as long as we hold that 58.72, 58.50 markers around this 58.44. If we can hold this range, you also got that longer term uptrend. Then I'll be looking for bulls to continue to have control. See if we get a break above overnight highs at 59.12 to then test that May 21st sell that we had due to that 20-year auction news, as well as the NVIDIA and Broadcom chip news that happened. So both those, we'll see if, again, price can hold some of these shorter term levels. Do we see enough momentum come in for a test of that upper level? And then from there, we'll see if, do sellers regain control or can buyers push through, potentially making a push up towards that 6K level. If we do see selling strong out of the gates, currently looking at momentum here on the 15-minute and the 5-minute, it is looking more bearish as we are getting a bit more of a pullback outside of this range that we've been in since 3 a.m. If selling does continue here, we'll see if we can test those overnight lows. You got 58.62, and if that breaks, we could potentially see further downside. You got 58.07, and then key level to watch for the Friday lows is this 57.68, which also marks kind of that upper gap move that we had. So that would be a key test again for bulls. As you can see, once we're seeing some good demand coming out of it already, so it is a weaker zone. If we do see a second test, potentially a breakthrough, then we could see further selling come in. So we'll have to see again what happens in markets today. So short term, bulls do have the ball on the Sunday gap up as well as this overnight push. So we'll see if these supports continue to hold. Can we get a higher low on the hourly and that daily upswing continue? Or is this a fake out and do we see kind of faster selling come in now that there's trapped longs here in these positions, right? Also, just looking at the calendar, guys, we don't really have much on the economic calendar for today. We did earlier have some core durable goods come out, but even markets kind of brushed it off, didn't react too heavily off of that news. Just looking now, seems like Trump is posting saying that he could move ahead with new sanctions on Russia in the coming days as he vents frustration at Putin for his aerial assault on Ukraine. So maybe some impact here on crude oil, but other than that, guys, again, nothing really on the calendar. Today we do have consumer confidence numbers at 10 a.m. But other than that, it is a pretty quiet day. But this week is full of data. At tomorrow, we're gonna have Nvidia earnings, so we're gonna see again major market mover there if anything surprising comes out. And then on Thursday we get GDP, and then on Friday PCE. So some major economic data points in the later half of this week. Nothing really on the calendar for today. So we'll see if if we can get that volume, that pressure. We'll see if we can get a break out of this range. But just be careful.
Everything is working.
ਭਾਜੀ ਗੁੱਡ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ, ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋ ਜੀ?
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਭਾਜੀ, ਗੁੱਡ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ, ਕੀ ਹਾਲ ਹੈ ਜੀ?
ਉਹ ਭਾਜੀ ਆਏ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸੌਰੀ।
ਆਵਾਜ਼
ਹਾਂਜੀ,
ਸੁਣ ਆਵਾਜ਼
ਸੌਰੀ
ਸੁਣ
ਭਾਜੀ।
ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਸੁਣਦੀ ਹੈ?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਤੇ
ਮੈਂ
ਮੈਂ ਸੌਰੀ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਸੀ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਨੂੰ। ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਰੀਇੰਸਟਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ, ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਹੀ। ਸੋ ਅੱਜ
ਅੱਛਾ
ਦੇਖਦੇ
ਅੱਛਾ,
ਆ, ਕੱਲ ਫਰਾਈਡੇ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੀ ਲੱਪੇ ਆਉਣ ਫਿਰ।
ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ 'ਚ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਦਿੰਦੇ, ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਹੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਪੂਰੇ ਹਾਈ ਐਂਡ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਵੇਚਿਆ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰੱਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ।
ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੇਰਾ ਵੀ
ਬ-
ਉੱਦਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਪੈਸਾ ਖਰਚਿਆ ਇਸ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਤੇ ਹਾਈ ਐਂਡ। ਮੈਂ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਸਾਫਟਵੇਅਰ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਡਾਊਨਲੋਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਟੈਸਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ।
ਹੂੰ,
ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਡਿਲੀਟ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ, ਫਿਰ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਲੀਨ ਆਊਟ ਕੀਤਾ, ਰੀਇੰਸਟਾਲ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਵਿੰਡੋਜ਼।
ਸਹੀ ਸਹੀ।
ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖਰਚੇ ਦਾ 2000 ਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਕਾਰਡ ਹੀ ਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਇਆ ਮੈਂ।
ਤੇ ਕਰਦੀ ਭਾਜੀ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਰੈਡੀ।
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਆਪਾਂ ਲੈਟਸ ਡੂ ਇਟ।
The information shared in this content represents the personal views of the author and guests. It does not reflect the opinions, ideas, policies, or views of PBC Punjabi Business Channel or its staff. The content provided is for informational purposes only, and this should not be accorded as a financial advice. The accuracy or completeness of the information presented or accessed through any links is not guaranteed by Punjabi Business Channel or the host. Punjabi Business Channel and the host are not liable for any errors or omissions in the information, or for any consequences resulting from its display or use.
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਹੈਲੋ, ਸਲਾਮ, ਨਮਸਤੇ ਐਂਡ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹੋ ਜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਚੈਨਲ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਰੀਅਲ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੀ, ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਤੇ ਸਟਾਕ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੀ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਦੋਸਤ ਤੇ ਹੋਸਟ ਗੁਰਮੀਤ ਸੋਹੀ, ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਤੋਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਟੈਲੀਕਾਸਟ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਵੇਰ ਦਾ ਸ਼ੋਅ 'ਚ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ। ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਦਵਿੰਦਰ ਸੋਹੀ ਭਾਜੀ ਵੀ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਜੀ। ਭਾਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ, ਗੁੱਡ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ।
ਭਾਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ, ਗੁੱਡ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਐਂਡ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੇਖਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੀ।
ਭਾਜੀ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਲੌਂਗ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ? ਆਪਣਾ ਟ੍ਰੇਡਰ ਦਾ ਲੌਂਗ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਸੀਗਾ ਦੇਖਣ।
ਦੇਖੋ, ਲੌਂਗ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਦੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਖੁੱਲੀ ਸੀਗੀ, ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਬੰਦ ਸੀਗੀ, ਪਰ ਫਿਊਚਰਸ ਸੰਡੇ ਨਾਈਟ ਦੇ ਓਪਨ ਸੀਗੇ। ਪਰ ਦੇਖੋ, ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਕਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਕਦੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਸੋ ਦੇਖੋ, ਘੜੀਸ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਹੁਣ, ਅੱਜ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਘੜੀਸੂਗਾ।
ਨਹੀਂ, ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡਿਲੇ ਕੀਤਾ EU ਟੈਰਿਫ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ, ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਅੱਜ ਵਧੀਆ ਪੰਪ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ। 70-80 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ES ਅਪ ਖੁੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਸੋ ਦੁਬਾਰੇ ਰੌਣਕ ਜੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਦੁਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੀਸੈਂਟ ਹਾਈ ਇਹਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ 6000 ਦੇ ਆਸ-ਪਾਸ, ਤੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਭਾਜੀ?
ਸੋ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਆ, ਫਰਾਈਡੇ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਜਦੋਂ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਬੋਲਿਆ 25% ਲਾਣੇ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਐਪਲ ਤੇ, ਤਾਂ 50% ਲਾਣੇ ਯੂਰੋ ਦੇ। ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਫਰਾਈਡੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਡੇਲੀ ਦੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਨੇ ਕੈਂਡਲ ਟੂ ਦ ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ ਬਣੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਫਰਾਈਡੇ ਦੀ ਕੈਂਡਲ ਸੀਗੀ, ਫਿਰ ਸੰਡੇ ਨਾਈਟ ਓਵਰ ਦਾ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਆ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਹੀ ਹੋਣਾ, ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਰਿਵਰਸ ਕਰਤਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਰਦ ਥਾਰਫ ਲਾਣੇ ਆ ਯੂਰੋਜ਼ੋਨ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਜੁਲਾਈ 9 ਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਉੱਪਰ ਨੂੰ ਚਲ ਗਈ। ਸੋ ਫਰਾਈਡੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਥੱਲੇ ਸਿੱਟੀ, ਤਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਉਹ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਉੱਪਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਉੱਪਰ ਨੂੰ ਗਈ ਆ ਕਾਫੀ, ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਫੁੱਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸਡ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਟੂ ਦੀ ਅਪਸਾਈਡ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਡਿਪ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਫੇਰ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊ ਕਰੂਗੀ ਟੂ ਦੀ ਅਪਸਾਈਡ।
ਸੋ ਡਿਪ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਡੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਛੋਟਾ ਮੋਟਾ ਡਿਪ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖਾਂਗੇ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ, ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਲਾਈਕ ਵਾਲਾ ਬਟਨ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਪਲੀਜ਼, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ। ਅਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੀ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਟਾਈਪ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੱਸੋ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੀਸੈਂਟ ਹਾਈ ਸੀਗਾ, ਸੋ ਉਸ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ SPX ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ES ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ 6000 ਦਾ 59.95 ਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਅਤੇ SPX ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸੀਗਾ ਹਾਈ ਰੀਸੈਂਟ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 59.70 ਦਾ 5970 ਦਾ। ਕੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਦੁਬਾਰੇ ਰੀਸੈਂਟ ਹਾਈ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੂਗਾ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੁਛ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਾਂ ਜੂਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਦਈਏ? ਸੋ ਯੈਸ ਜਾਂ ਨੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੱਸਿਓ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਓਵਰਆਲ ਭਾਜੀ ਟਰੈਂਡ ਜੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਕੁਛ ਸਮੇਂ ਤੋਂ ਡੇਲੀ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਟਰੈਂਡ ਅਪ ਹੀ ਹੈਗਾ, ਅਤੇ ਟੱਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੈੱਡ ਲਾਈਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ 20 EMA ਨੂੰ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ?
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਦੇਖੋ ਰੈਜ਼ਿਸਟੈਂਸ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਲੈਵਲ ਦਾ ਸੀ, ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਜ਼ਿਸਟੈਂਸ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ, ਪਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵੀ ਅਗੇਨ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਉੱਪਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣੀ ਥੱਲੇ, ਉਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਲੇ। ਪਰ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਲੌਂਗ ਟਰਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਿਊ ਮੇਰੀ ਦਿਸ ਰਹੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ, ਉਹ ਦਿਸ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਮਾਈਕਰੋ ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੰਬਰਸ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੰਬਰਸ ਆਉਣੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਉਹ ਮਾੜੇ ਆਉਣਗੇ, ਉਹ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਲਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਠੀਕ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੂਨ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਹ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਕੁਆਰਟਰ ਦੀ ਐਂਡ ਹੈਗਾ, ਮਤਲਬ ਜੂਨ ਦੇ ਐਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਹੋਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਡੀਕ ਰਿਹਾ ਬਈ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੰਪਨੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਜੂਨ ਦੇ ਐਂਡ ਦੇ ਕੁਆਰਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਕੁਆਰਟਰ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਜਿਹਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਵਾਰਨ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਮੈਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ। ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਮਿਡਲ ਆਫ ਦ ਜੂਨ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਥੱਲੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਆ।
ਮਿਡਲ ਆਫ ਦ ਜੂਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨਾਈਸ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੀ। ਜੇ ਬਰਾੜ ਹੋਣੀ ਆ ਗਏ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ, ਅੰਸ਼ ਅਰੋੜਾ ਆ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਗੁੱਡ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਜੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ, ਗੁੱਡ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ। ਭਾਜੀ ਇਸ ਵੀਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਖਾਸ ਟ੍ਰਿਗਰ ਨੇ, ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੀਕ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ?
ਸੋ ਬਿਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਵੈਨਸਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੈਡ ਮਿਨਟਸ ਆ ਗਏ, ਆਪਾਂ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਮਿਨਟਸ ਨਿਕਲਣੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਣਾ ਵੀ ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੈਡਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੇਟ ਘਟਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਕਿ ਵਧਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਉਹ ਆਉਣੇ ਆ ਵੈਨਸਡੇ 2 PM। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਿਗ ਨੰਬਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਵੇਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਭਾਜੀ ਔਨ ਥਰਸਡੇ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ, ਕੁਆਰਟਰ ਟੂ ਕੁਆਰਟਰ GDP ਨੰਬਰ। Where is actually the US economy going? Is it going to the downside or is it going to the upside? But the number that is expected, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਡਾਊਨਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਨੰਬਰ, ਜਿਹੜਾ GDP ਨੰਬਰ ਆ। ਸੋ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਟੂ ਦਾ ਡਾਊਨਸਾਈਡ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਨੂੰ US ਇਕਾਨਮੀ ਫਰਦਰ ਵੀਕਨੈਸ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਭਾਜੀ ਡਾਊਨਸਾਈਡ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣਾ GDP ਦੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ? ਕਿਉਂਕਿ US ਦੀ GDP ਕਹਿ ਦਈਏ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਹੈਗੀ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ, ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਬੈਟਰ ਦੈਨ ਅਦਰ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਿੰਗ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ, ਜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਨੀਚੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਤਾਂ ਕੰਮ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੈ। ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਡਾਊਨਸਾਈਡ ਯਾਰ?
They are calling for a point negative GDP coming out on Thursday. How worse it can get, again, depends. It's a negative 0.3. If it goes lower, the market will go lower as well with the GDP numbers. So, again, -3 is still a lot for a GDP number to the downside.
ਪਰ ਭਾਜੀ ਜੇ GDP ਨੰਬਰ ਥੱਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਤਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਗੱਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਾਣ ਦੇ ਕੀ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ?
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It depends what Donald Trump says. ਇਹ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ
ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਰਮੀ ਪਾਵਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਨੈਵਰ ਫਾਈਟ ਦਾ ਫੈਡ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਜਦੋਂ, ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ।
ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਆ, ਇਹ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਮੂਵਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਅਪ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਕਦੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹ ਬੜੇ ਕਾਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਜੋ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਨੂੰ ਅਫੈਕਟ ਹੋਣਾ। ਉਹ ਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਰਾਈਟ। ਦੇ ਵਰ ਵੈਰੀ ਕਾਸ਼ੀਅਸ, ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਉਹ ਇਦਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਨਾ ਸੀ। ਪਰ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਨੂੰ ਡੇਲੀ ਵਾਈਜ਼ ਅਪ ਐਂਡ ਡਾਊਨ ਡਰਾਈਵ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ।
ਯਾ ਬਟ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਭਾਜੀ, ਮਤਲਬ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਹਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਅਸਰ ਹੋਣਾ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਸ਼ੇਰ ਆਇਆ ਜਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਫੰਡਾਮੈਂਟਲਸ ਗੋਣਾ ਡਰਾਈਵ ਦਾ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਇਨ ਲੌਂਗਰ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਸੋ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦੀ ਤਰਫ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਨਾ ਮੀਟ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਪੈਨਿਕ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੁਬਾਰੇ ਪੈਨਿਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ 'ਚ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉਨੀ ਵੋਲੇਟਿਲਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਨੀਚੇ ਨਾ ਗਿਰੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗਿਰੀ ਸੀ, ਵੋਲੇਟਿਲਿਟੀ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਸਪਾਈਕ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਪਰ ਜੇ ਸਲੋ ਹੋਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਭਾਜੀ, ਉਹ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਖਤਰਨਾਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਉਹ ਮੌਕਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਨਿਕਲਣ ਦਾ। ਐਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ
ਜੀ
ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਨੀਚੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਜੀ।
ਭਾਜੀ ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਕਦੇ ਟਾਰਫ ਲਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਕਦੇ ਟਾਰਫ ਮਤਲਬ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਸੋ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਇਕਾਨਮੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ US ਇਕਾਨਮੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਫਰਕ ਪਿਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਚੇਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ?
ਡਿਸਟਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਭਾਜੀ। ਐਂਡ ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਰਸਟ ਫੈਕਟਰ ਸੀਗਾ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਉਹ ਸੀਗਾ ਨਾ ਕਨੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲੀ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਫਰਕ ਪਿਆ। ਤੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਲੋਕ ਹੁਣ ਚਾਹੇ ਕੁਝ ਕੰਟਰੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀਆਂ US ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਪੰਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਬਟ ਦੇ ਆਰ everyone finding their alternatives, ਵੀ ਬੈਸਟ ਆਲਟਰਨੇਟਿਵ ਕੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ, ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਰਿਲਾਈ ਕਰਨਾ US ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਐਜ਼ ਆ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟੇਜਿਕ ਪਾਰਟਨਰ ਡਿਫਿਕਲਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਹੈ ਨਾ।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਸਪਲਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੇਨਸ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਡਿਸਟਰਪਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਉਹ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਨੀਆਂ ਡਿਸਟਰਪਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ US ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਨੀਆਂ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਚੇਨ ਵਧੀਆ ਬਣੀ ਹੋ ਸੀਗੀ, who knows, maybe it'll never come back and this could be just more negative US ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਕਾਨਮੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨੰਬਰ ਤਾਂ ਦਿਸੇ ਪੈਣੇ ਆ, ਅਗਲੇ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਆ, ਕਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ।
ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੰਪੋਰਟ ਐਕਸਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਲਾਈਕ ਲਾਈਵਲੀਹੁੱਡ ਹੈ ਇੰਪੋਰਟ ਐਕਸਪੋਰਟ, ਰਾਈਟ, ਛੋਟੇ ਸਕੇਲ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਮੀਡੀਅਮ ਸਕੇਲ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ $100,000 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਸਮਾਨ ਕੁਝ ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੰਥਲੀ, ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਮੂਵ ਅਰਾਊਂਡ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਸ ਪਿਛਲੇ 4-6 ਮਹੀਨਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਚੱਕਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਫਸ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੁਡਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਏ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਵਰਥ ਨਹੀਂ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਿੱਟ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਸਾਈਕਲ ਟੁੱਟ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਨਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਪਾਰੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਲੈਣ ਦੇਣ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ ਬਈ ਆਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਵੇਚਾਂਗੇ, ਅੱਗੇ ਪੈਸਾ ਚੱਕਾਂਗੇ, ਅੱਗੇ ਮੂਵ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕੌਨਫੀਡੈਂਸ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਹਰਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਖਾਸ ਕਰ ਸਮਾਲ ਤੇ ਮਿਡ ਸਕੇਲ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ।
ਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ। ਦੇਖੋ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਉਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ ਬਈ ਕਦੇ ਟੈਕਸ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ, ਕਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ, ਆਰਡਰ ਕਰੀਏ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਡਿਸਟਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਵਾਲਮਾਰਟ ਵੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਹੁਣ ਐਮਾਜ਼ੋਨ ਵੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ, ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀਆਂ we can't hold back the tariffs anymore. We got to pass it on to the consumer. So I don't think that. Look at the Target was all the retailers are taking a hit. The dollar stores were all down. Dollar General, Dollar Tree, every one of them were taking a hit because ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਮਾਨ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਤੋਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ। So it's negative, and the supply chains are getting disrupted, and whether they're going to come back, let's see.
ਹਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ। ਐਂਡ ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ, ਐਡਵਾਂਟੇਜ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਦੇ ਦੇਣੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਇਜ਼ ਆਫਟਰ US ਅਗਰ ਕੋਈ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦਾ ਪੋਰਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਉਹ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼, ਰਾਈਟ। ਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਕ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਚੇਨ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਬੈਟਰ ਮੈਕਨਿਜ਼ਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ। ਸੋ ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਯੂਰਪੀਅਨ ਕੰਟਰੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ ਜਾਂ ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟੇਜਿਕ ਪਾਰਟਨਰ ਸੀਗੇ US ਦੇ, ਹੁਣ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸਟੈਂਸ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਬਟ ਐਨੀ ਹਾਓ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੀ ਤਰਫ 'ਤੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਭਾਜੀ। ਬਾਕੀ ਕਰੂਡ ਆਇਲ ਤੇ ਗੋਲਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ ਮਾਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਤੇ ਬਿਟਕੋਇਨ ਫਿਰ 1,10,000 ਦੇ ਆਸ-ਪਾਸ ਖੜਾ। ਤੇ ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ ਕਰੀਏ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੀ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ।
ਸੋ ਜੇ ਓਇਲ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸ ਦੇਖੀ ਜਾਵੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਿਊਚਰਸ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਓਇਲ ਦਾ ਫਿਊਚਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਹੈਗਾ $12.45 'ਤੇ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਹਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ। ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਵੀ ਪੁਟਿਨ ਨੇ ਅਗੇਨ ਅਟੈਕਡ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ bigger time. He's not even listening to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is calling him crazy now on the weekend. So ਜੇ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਗਿਆ ਨਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਵੱਧ ਗਈ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਲੜਾਈ, I see further downside, you know, on the Russian oil, but the price will go up on the futures. So I'm looking for ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਓਇਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗਾ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਉਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ 62.50 ਲੈਵਲ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਜੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਤੋੜ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਜਾਂ ਵੋਰ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਲੜਾਈ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ, ਇਟਸ ਕੁਇਕਲੀ ਗੋਨਾ ਗੈਟ ਟੂ $65 ਰੇਂਜ। ਬਟ ਜੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਾ ਹੋਈ, ਵੀ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਐਂਡ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਤਾਂ ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ ਜਾਣੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਠਾਰਫ ਕਰਕੇ, ਤਾਂ ਆਈ ਸੀ $55 ਔਨ ਆਇਲ।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ। ਇੱਥੇ ਆਇਲ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਬਣਿਆ ਰਹੂਗਾ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਗੋਲਡ ਭਾਜੀ ਸਟਿਲ ਸ਼ਾਈਂਗ 3300 ਇਨ ਫਿਊਚਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਹਾਊ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਇਟ, ਲਾਈਕ ਕੀ ਟ੍ਰੈਂਡ ਜਿਹਾ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ? ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਥੱਕ ਰਿਹਾ ਗੋਲਡ ਇਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ?
ਭਾਜੀ ਮਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਗੋਲਡ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ, ਉਹ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਿਟਕੋਇਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਇਟਸ ਸਵਿਚਿੰਗ ਫਰਮ ਵਨ ਰਿਸਕ ਐਸੈਟ ਟੂ ਅਨਦਰ ਰਿਸਕ ਐਸੈਟ। So I think that's what's pumping the Bitcoin to the upside. Gold 3500 ਲੈਵਲ ਟੱਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਆ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਬਈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖਾਮਨਸ ਵੀ ਆਈ ਆ, ਜਾਂ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਵੀ ਖਾਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੋਲਡ ਦੀ ਰਿਸਕ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਆ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ, ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਫੇਰ ਵੀ ਗੋਲਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹੂੰਗਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੋਲਡ ਵੇਚੋ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਗੋਲਡ ਇਜ਼ ਸਟਿਲ ਇਜ਼ ਗੋਨਾ ਬੀ ਅ ਹਾਟ ਕਮੋਡਿਟੀ ਟੂ ਦੀ ਅਪਸਾਈਡ। Because ਜਿਹੜਾ US dollar ਦੀ debt due ਆ $9.5 trillion, they're gonna have to print more money, and ਜੇ ਉਹ print ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਤਾਂ US dollar ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ gold ਆ, in by the year end ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿ ਵੀ ਹੋਊਂਗਾ ਵੀ almost it will be like a 4K level।
ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੀ ਉੱਪਰ, ਬਟ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਇਹਦੇ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰਾਹੁਣਾ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ ਬਿਟਕੋਇਨ। ਬਿਟਕੋਇਨ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਚਾਰਟ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿਓ ਭਾਜੀ। 1,10,000 ਲੈਵਲ ਅੱਜ ਫਿਰ ਟੱਚ ਕਰ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਜੀ ਨੀਚੇ ਆਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਆਊਟ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਮੂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਬਿਟਕੋਇਨ।
ਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ, ਤੋੜ ਕੇ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਤੋੜ ਚੁੱਕਾ। ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਤੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਫੰਕਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਵੀ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਫਰਾਈਡੇ। ਭਾਜੀ $321 million he made since January in crypto। And why shouldn't he be holding a party on Friday?
ਪਹਿਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਭਾਜੀ, ਇਹ ਕਰ ਕੀ ਰਿਹਾ? ਦੂਜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਫੀਐਟ ਕਰੰਸੀ 'ਤੇ ਯਕੀਨ ਰੱਖੋ, ਤੇ ਆਪ ਕ੍ਰਿਪਟੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਅਨਇਥਿਕਲ ਜਿਹਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ। ਐਂਡ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਟਰੀ ਅਥਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ, SEC ਐਂਡ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਕੋਗਨੀਜੈਂਸ ਲੈ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਰਾਈਟ? ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਵੈਰੀ ਸਟਰੇਂਜ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਦਾ ਲੈਵਲ 'ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਲੈਵਲ ਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਪੰਪ ਐਂਡ ਡੰਪ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਲਿਟਰਲੀ ਪੰਪ ਐਂਡ ਡੰਪ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਰਾਈਟ? ਚਾਹੇ ਮਲੀਨਾ ਕੋਇਨ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਚਾਹੇ ਦਾ ਟਰੰਪ ਕੋਇਨ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਰਾਈਟ?
ਲਿਟਰਲੀ ਭਾਜੀ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੇ ਹੈੱਡ ਬਣਾਇਓ ਆ, SEC ਦਾ, FBI ਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਲੈ ਲਓ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਰਿੰਗ ਕੇਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋ ਆ। ਸੋ ਦੇ ਨਾਟ ਗੋਨਾ ਡੂ ਐਨੀਥਿੰਗ।
ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਭਾਜੀ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਪੂਰੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕਿੰਨਾ ਪੈਰਾਡੌਕਸ ਹੈਗਾ। ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਆਮ ਬੰਦਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਚਾਹੇ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨਲ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ, ਤਾਂ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਵੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ। ਤੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਇੰਨਾ ਇਨਫਲੂਐਂਸ ਆ ਪੂਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਰਾਈਟ, ਉਹ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਪੰਪ ਐਂਡ ਡੰਪ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਰਾਈਟ, ਟਵੀਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਬਾਏ ਨਾਓ, ਰਾਈਟ, ਐਂਡ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ।
He's gonna be the richest man by the time it's 4 years done।
ਯਾ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ। ਸੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਰੂਲ ਐਂਡ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ। ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਆਮ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਇੰਪਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਾਵਰਫੁਲ ਲੋਕ ਆ, ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਦੇ ਗੈਟ ਅਵੇ। ਬਟ ਐਨੀ ਹਾਓ ਡਿਬੇਟ ਕਿਸੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਚਲੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਆ। ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੈਲਕਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜ ਚੁੱਕੇ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮੱਚ। ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਚੈਟ ਆਈ ਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰਗੁਜ਼ਾਰ ਹਾਂ। ਜਿਹਨੇ ਸੁਪਰ ਚੈਟ ਤਾਂ ਚਲਣਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਜੋ ਸੋਚ ਵੀ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮੱਚ ਜੀ। ਤੇ ਗੁਰਿੰਦਰ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਊਜ਼ੀਲੈਂਡ ਤੋਂ ਆਲ ਦਾ ਵੇ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕੀਤਾ। ਵੀਰੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਾਣ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋ, ਰਾਤ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੋਣਾ ਨਿਊਜ਼ੀਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਲੇਟ ਨਾਈਟ। ਸੋ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਫਰਮ ਨਿਊਜ਼ੀਲੈਂਡ। ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੰਦੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਆ ਭਾਜੀ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ, ਦੇਖੋ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਕੋਰਨਰ 'ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਦਾ, ਤਾਂ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਭਰਾ ਭੈਣਾਂ ਬੈਠੀਆਂ ਦੂਰ ਇੰਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ, ਦੱਸਿਓ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਸਾਰੇ। ਪਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਲਈ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
ਜੀ। ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਬਵਨੀਤ ਕੌਰ ਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। CRWV ਆਈ ਹੈਵ ਹਰਡ ਅ ਲੋਟ ਅਬਾਊਟ, ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਇਟ ਕੈਨ ਬੀ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਡਿਸਕਸ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਆਪਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਵਿਊ ਔਨ ਗੋਲਡ ਕਮੋਡਿਟੀ। ਗੋਲਡ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਜੀ। ਕੈਨ ਵੀ ਬਾਏ ਫਿਜ਼ੀਕਲ ਗੋਲਡ ਸਟਾਕ? ਫਿਜ਼ੀਕਲ ਗੋਲਡ ਹਾਂ ਬਾਏ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਭਾਜੀ। ਇੱਥੇ ਰਾਇਲ ਮਿੰਟ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਬਾਰਸ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਨਾ।
ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਇਹ ਪੁੱਛ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਪੁੱਛ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਫਿਜ਼ੀਕਲ ਗੋਲਡ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬਾਏ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਸਟਾਕ। ਯੈਸ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ, ਦੇਰ ਸੋ ਮੈਨੀ ਆਫ them out there।
ਜੀ ਹਾਂ ਫਿਜ਼ੀਕਲ ਗੋਲਡ ਵੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ETF ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਇੱਕ ਫਿਜ਼ੀਕਲ ETF ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਆਈ ਘੱਟ ਹੁਣ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ। ਸੋ ਪੈਪਸੀ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਬਾਬੀ ਹੁਣਾਂ ਨੇ। ਆਪਾਂ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਲੈਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਭਾਜੀ। ਐਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਵੀ ਐਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਇੱਕ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਬੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਅਰਨਿੰਗ ਆਉਣੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆਉਣਗੀਆਂ ਜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ? ਤੇ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਵੈਨਸਡੇ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਰਨਿੰਗ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਦਿਖਣਗੀਆਂ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਟਮੋਰੋ ਨਾਈਟ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ $3 ਉੱਪਰ ਅਪਸਾਈਡ ਹੈਗਾ, ਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਭਾਜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਨੇ ਅਰਨਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਫੋਰਕਾਸਟ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਬੀਟ ਕਰ ਜਾਣੇ ਨੇ ਨੰਬਰਸ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੰਬਰਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਹੈਗੇ 73 ਸੈਂਟਸ ਪਰ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਹੈਗਾ 43.34 ਬਿਲੀਅਨ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਆ ਇਹ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟਡ ਨੰਬਰਸ ਆ। ਜੇ ਇਹ ਨੰਬਰ ਮੈਚ ਕਰ ਗਏ ਇਹ ਸਟਾਕ ਥੱਲੇ ਜਾਊਗਾ, ਪਰ ਜੇ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਬੀਟ ਕਰ ਗਿਆ ਨੰਬਰ ਫਿਰ ਸਟਾਕ ਅਪ ਜਾਊਗਾ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਨੰਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ there are lot of people expecting a lot from Nvidia. Nvidia needs to beat these numbers handily for the stock to go up. ਪਰ ਜੇ ਇਨੀ ਨੰਬਰ ਆ ਸੇਮ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਫਿਰ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਔਖਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਲਈ, ਸਟਾਕ ਲਈ।
ਫਿਰ ਔਖਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ। ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ ਐਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਕੌਸ਼ੀਅਸਨੈਸ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਟਾਕ ਫਿਰ ਕਾਫੀ ਪੰਪ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ। ਕਿੱਥੇ ਭਾਜੀ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਤੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸ ਇਹਦਾ ਐਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਦਾ?
ਪ੍ਰੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ $134.82 ਆ, $3 ਉੱਪਰ ਆ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ
ਜੀ। 134 ਦੇ ਆਸ-ਪਾਸ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪ੍ਰੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ ਆਪਣੀ ਹਾਈ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਸੋ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਚੀਪ ਐਨੀ ਮੋਰ ਅਗੇਨ। ਭਾਈ ਜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਐਪਲ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਆ। ਤੇ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ M7 ਸਟਾਕਸ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਆਲ ਟਾਈਮ ਹਾਈ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਤੇੜੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਬਟ M7 ਸਟਾਕ ਉਨੀ ਪਾਰਟੀਸਪੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਰਾਈਟ, ਜੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ।
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਭਾਜੀ ਦੇਖੋ 3 ਸਟਾਕਸ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਵਿਊ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ। ਐਪਲ 25% tariff, Tesla 49% loss in sales in Europe, negative, right? We have Nvidia earnings coming out tomorrow, and Google's kind of picked up a little bit, but all M7 stocks have been hurting a little bit, except for maybe Meta and Microsoft. Microsoft is one of my favorite stocks, and I think if you get an opportunity to buy that at a lower, cheaper price, buy it. I think this is the next $4 trillion company in my mind.
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ। ਇੱਕ ਨਾ ਭਾਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਵਿਊ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ M7 ਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਸਟਾਕ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨੇ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਐਮਾਜੋਨ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਫੇਵਰੇਟ ਹੈਗਾ। ਐਮਾਜੋਨ ਇਜ਼ ਡੂਇੰਗ ਗੁੱਡ ਐਂਡ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੈਗਾ। ਐਮਾਜ਼ੋਨ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਹਾਊ ਡੂ ਯੂ ਸੀ ਗੂਗਲ ਸਪੈਸੀਫਿਕਲੀ ਆਫਟਰ ਦਿਸ AI ਦੇਖਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਵੀ AI ਪੂਰਾ ਤੋੜਤਾ, ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਿਵ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਸੋ ਗੂਗਲ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸ ਟੂ ਅਰਨਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਚੀਪੈਸਟ ਸਟਾਕ ਆ M7 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ 15-16 ਤੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ।
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਲੈਕਬਰੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਲੂਜ਼ ਕਰਤਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਐਪਲ ਨੂੰ, ਰਾਈਟ?
ਕਿੱਦਾਂ?
ਜਦੋਂ ਬਲੈਕਬਰੀ ਨੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਆਪਣਾ ਲੂਜ਼ ਕਰ, ਜਦੋਂ ਬਲੈਕਬਰੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਫੋਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਜਦ ਉਹਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਲੂਜ਼ ਕਰਤਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ, ਐਪਲ ਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਲੂਜ਼ ਕਰਤਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ। ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗੂਗਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਕੁਛ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਬਾਕੀ ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਇਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਟੀਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਹਾਂ। 3-4 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਮੈਂ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਹਾਂ ਟੋਟਲੀ ਔਨ ਗੂਗਲ।
ਅੱਛਾ, ਤੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਹੋਣ ਦਾ ਮੇਨ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ
ਦੇਅਰਸ ਨੋ ਗਰੋਥ।
ਓਕੇ, ਬਟ ਓਵਰਆਲ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਗਰੋਥ ਤਾਂ ਫੋਰਕਾਸਟ ਵਧੀਆ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਸਰਚ ਇੰਜਨ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗੂਗਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੇਨ ਉਹ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਹਿੱਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਆਫ ਦਾ AI ਟੂਲਸ ਲੋਕ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਪਰਪਲੈਕਸਿਟੀ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਟੂਲ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਟੂਲਸ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਸਿੱਧਾ ਸਰਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਗੂਗਲ 'ਤੇ, ਹੈ ਨਾ?
ਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਦੇਖੋ ਹੁਣ ਚੈਟ ਜੀਪੀਟੀ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਤੇ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ
ਹੂੰ
ਰਿਸਰਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਡਿਵਾਈਸ ਵੀ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਆ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਚੈਟ ਜੀਪੀਟੀ ਆ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਗਾ ਪੇਡ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਪੇਡ ਮੈਂ ਆਈ ਯੂਜ਼ ਦਾ ਪੇਡ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੇਡ
ਹੂੰ
ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੋਟ ਮੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ
ਯਾ ਫਾਸਟਰ ਵੀ ਹੈਗਾ
ਯਾ
ਸੋ ਡੇਟਾ ਸੈੱਟ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਡੈਫੀਨਿਟਲੀ ਪਰ ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗੂਗਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਨ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਸੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਰਚ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਟ ਬ੍ਰਿੰਗਸ ਯੂ ਦਾ ਫਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਉਹ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਉਹ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ
ਯੈਸ
ਨੂੰ
ਦੈਟਸ
ਪੈਸੇ
ਹਾਊ ਦੇ
ਦਿੰਦੀਆਂ
ਮੇਕ
ਰਾਈਟ
ਮਨੀ
yeah this is not like the real information what you need
ਯਾ
so it's always advertisement ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਬਟ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਰਚ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਥੋੜੀ ਅਥੈਂਟਿਸਿਟੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਔਨ ਐਪਸ ਈਵਨ ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਰਪਲੈਕਸਿਟੀ ਐਪ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਓ ਇਟਸ ਵੈਰੀ ਗੁੱਡ ਸੋ ਮੇਡ ਬਾਈ ਦ ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਸੀਈਓ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਗੁੱਡ ਫॉर ਖਾਸ ਕਰ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਸਰਚ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਕੁਛ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ
ਸੌਰੀ ਪਾਇਓ ਤਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਨੂੰ
ਮੈਂ ਭੇਜਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲਿੰਕ ਉਹਦਾ ਜੀ
ਲਿੰਕ
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਹਿੱਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਓਵਰਆਲ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸ ਟੂ ਅਰਨਿੰਗ ਰੇਸ਼ੋ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਚੀਪ ਹੈ ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਇਹਦੀ ਆਊਟਲੁੱਕ ਉਨੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਰ ਕੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਭਾਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ VO3 ਦਾ ਕਨਸੈਪਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਆ ਡੂ ਯੂ ਥਿੰਕ ਇਟ ਵਿਲ ਡਿਸਰਪਟ ਦ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of people are using that. I'm trying to work with that a little bit. It's incredible. Yeah, it's like you can make any type of video without any actors. You can create your own actors and everything in it.
ਵਿਦ ਦ ਵੌਇਸ ਆਲਸੋ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਵੀ
Yeah,
ਬੜੀ ਲਾਈਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਈ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਵੌਇਸ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਲੱਗ ਕਰਨੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ
yeah.
ਸਿੱਧੀ ਵੌਇਸ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਐਂਡ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਡਿਫਾਈਨ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਐਕਸੈਂਟ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੈ ਨਾ
ਉਹੀ ਭਾਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਟਿਕਟੌਕ ਤੇ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਠਾਣੋ ਮੇਪਲੀਫ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਲੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਸੀਗੇ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹ AI ਦਾ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਅਸਲੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਕਿ AI ਬੋਲਦੀ ਆ ਐਂਡ ਪੂਰਾ ਸੇਮ ਵੌਇਸ ਐਂਡ ਐਵਰੀਥਿੰਗ so I couldn't
ਯਾ
believe how real that is. I actually looked at when I first looked at it ਗਾਲਾਂ ਕੱਢਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਮੋਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਕੱਢ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ ਪਰ ਉਹ AI ਸੀਗਾ AI ਬਣਾਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਪਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਇੰਨਾ ਰੀਅਲ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਸ ਦੱਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ
ਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਟੂਲਸ ਆ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਡਿਸਟਿੰਕਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਰਾਈਟ ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਆਇਆ ਜੀ ਜਾਪਾਨ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਬੁਲਟ ਟ੍ਰੇਨ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਗਿਫਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਚਲੋ ਦੈਟਸ ਗੁੱਡ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਬੁਲਟ ਟ੍ਰੇਨ ਚੱਲੇਗੀ ਹੁਣ ਸੋ ਆਈ ਡੋਨਟ ਨੋ ਕੀ ਡੀਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਡਿਟੇਲ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਆਇਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਤੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ ਭਾਜੀ ਪੈਪਸੀ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਇੱਕ ਤੋਂ ਸਟਾਕ ਦਾ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਾਓ ਫਿਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੋਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਵੀ ਖੁੱਲਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ ਪੈਪਸੀ ਦਾ ਬੋਈ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਆਈ
ਪੈਪਸੀ
ਥਿੰਕ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਵਾਰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ
No, Pepsi is. I started accumulating Pepsi a couple of weeks ago. ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਪੈਪਸੀ ਕਾਹਤੇ ਲੈ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਫੰਡਾਮੈਂਟਲੀ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਸਟਾਕ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਹ ਕਾਫੀ ਟੂ ਦ ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ ਹੈ ਗਿਆ ਸਿਰਫ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਾਜੀ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ 0.008 ਸੈਂਟ ਤੇ ਮਿਸ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਫਰਦਰ ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੋਰ ਥੱਲੇ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਲੈਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੋਰ I'm accumulating this stock. Fundamentals are good. This is a well diversified company. Coke, on the other hand, is going up. Pepsi is going down. They are the same product. They make pretty much the same products. So why
ਕਈ
is
ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਕੋਕ ਨਹੀਂ
Pepsi?
ਮਿਲਦਾ ਪੈਪਸੀ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਭਾਜੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਕਈ
Yeah,
ਤੇ
yeah,
ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨੈਟਵਰਕ ਵੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਪੈਪਸੀ ਦਾ ਐਂਡ
yes,
ਦੇयर ਇਜ਼ ਨੋ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਪੈਪਸੀ ਟੂ ਗੋ ਡਾਊਨ ਦੈਟ ਵੇ
yes. So that's why I'm accumulating the stock. If you want to wait for the U shape back to the upside. But again, I'm buying it. Before you buy it, make sure you consult your own advisor. So
ਜੀ
fundamentals are good. That's why I'm accumulating this stock.
ਸੋ ਵੀਕਲੀ ਚਾਰਟ ਜੇ ਮਾੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕੁ ਤੱਕ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਨੀਚੇ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜੀ
If you go to the weekly chart, so this pretty close to sitting at a support right now, right there, around $126 is the low. I think will see that. I think the stock is already too low. So I think it's right there. It's a nice support around $128, $126. And I'm looking for a U-turn to the upside. It did make a jump a little bit last week before Donald Trump pushed it back to the downside again. So So I think it's a nice accumulation. Don't buy, like when I'm buying a stock like this, ਜਦੋਂ ਨਾ ਥੱਲੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਉਂਦਾ, ਮੈਂ ਪਾਣਾ ਥੋੜੇ ਥੋੜੇ ਥੋੜੇ, ਜਿੱਲੇ ਨਾ ਯੂ ਸ਼ੇਪ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਯੂ ਸ਼ੇਪ ਬਣਾ ਲਈ, that's when you buy more.
ਮੇਰਾ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਐਡ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਫਾਲਿੰਗ ਸਟਾਕ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਏ ਕਰਦੇ ਨਾ, ਐਟਲੀਸਟ 1 ਈਅਰ ਦਾ ਕਾਈਂਡ ਆਫ ਟਾਈਮ ਫਰੇਮ ਰੱਖੋ ਵੀ ਇਫ
ਜੀ
ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਵੈਨ ਸਟਾਕ ਫਾਲਸ ਇਟ ਟੇਕਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਟੂ ਰਿਕਵਰ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖੋ ਵੀ 1 ਈਅਰ ਤੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਾਇੰਗ ਹੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਐਟਲੀਸਟ 3 ਈਅਰ 2 to 3 ਈਅਰ ਦਾ ਵਿਊ ਰੱਖੋ, ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੈਸਾ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਦੇ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਬਣਾ ਦੇਵੇ, ਉਹ 4 ਮਹੀਨੇ 'ਚ bਣਾ ਦੇਵੇ, ਬਟ
my is a very short time frame, Paji. I think this stock should be $140, $150 right now. So I'm looking in the next 3 months. I'm looking for 140, 150.
you are going for a small bounce back, right? kind of trade ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ। ਬਟ ਈਵਨ ਲੈਸੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਲੌਂਗ ਟਰਮ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਹੋਲਡ ਕਰਨਾ। ਸੋ ਲਾਈਕ ਜਰਨਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਾਏ ਕਰੋ। ਅਗਰ ਨੀਚੇ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਆਉਂਦਾ, ਜਿਵੇਂ 120 ਵਾਲੀ 115 ਵਾਲੀ ਰੇਂਜ 'ਚ ਆਉਂਦਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੋਰ ਐਡ ਕਰੋ। ਐਂਡ ਦੈਨ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵੇਟ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮਾਦਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਵਧੀਆ ਵਾ ਅਤੇ ਬਾਊਂਸ ਤਾਂ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਬਟ ਉਹ ਡਿਪੈਂਡ ਕਰਦਾ ਵੀ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੁਬਾਰੇ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਸੋ ਦੀਸ ਸਟਾਕਸ ਕੈਨ ਟੇਕ ਬਿਟ ਲੋਂਗਰ ਟਾਈਮ ਟੂ ਰਿਕਵਰ। ਸੋ ਕੋਈ ਉਸ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਲਾਨ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਲਾਨ ਕਰੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਸੋ ਜੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਗਈ ਭਾਅ ਜੀ। ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਤੇ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਪੂਰਾ 80 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ES ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਅਪ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਅਤੇ ਮਾੜਾ ਦਿਓ ਵਿਊ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ, ਜੇ ES ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਇਟ ਵਾਜ਼ ਅਪ 80 ਪੁਆਇੰਟਸ, ਅ ਲਿਟਲ ਬਿਟ। ਮੈਂ ਜੋ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ, ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਟੂ ਦ ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਵੰਸ ਇਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ 58 66 'ਤੇ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਇਹਦੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ES ਦੀ। ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਬਾਊਂਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਯੈਸ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਇਟ ਵਿਲ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊ ਟੂ ਦੀ ਅਪਸਾਈਡ। ਪਰ ਜੇ 58 66 ਤੋਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਤੋੜ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਫਿਰ ਦ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਕੈਨ ਗੋ ਡਾਊਨ ਫਰਦਰ ਟੂ ਦ ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ। ਪਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ 58 66 ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀ ਨੰਬਰ ਹੈਗਾ, ਉਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਨੰਬਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ, ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਪੰਪ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਵੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਹੈਗਾ ES। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨੈਸਡੈਕ ਆ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਮੇਰੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਉਹ ਆਹ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਲੋ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆ ਬਲੂ ਲਾਈਨ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਲੋ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ। ਜੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਬਾਊਂਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਆ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਕੈਨ ਕਮ ਡਾਊਨ ਫਰਦਰ ਟੂ ਦ ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ। ਬਾਕੀ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ 'ਤੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਅੱਖ ਰੱਖੋ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਦੇਵੇ।
ਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ, ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵਾਲੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੇਖੋ। ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਵਧੀਆ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਓਪਨ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਅਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਬਲੀ ਡੇ ਵੀ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਹੀ ਫਿਨਿਸ਼ ਹੋਊਗਾ। ਇਹ ਵਿਊ ਬਣਦਾ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ। ਅਤੇ ਗਿੰਨੀ ਮੰਡੇਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਨਾਲ ਦੀ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ ਸਟੂਡੀਓ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਗਿੰਨੀ, ਹਾਊ ਆਰ ਯੂ, ਕੀ ਹਾਲ ਚਾਲ ਜੀ?
ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਭਾਜੀ, ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ।
ਗੁੱਡ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ।
ਗੁੱਡ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਭਾਜੀ। ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਬਣ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਫਿਰ
ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ, ਹਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ। ਆਪਾਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਕੰਟਰਾਕਟ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਫਰਾਈਡੇ ਨੂੰ, ਅਤੇ ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਅੱਜ ਵਰਕਆਊਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਵਧੀਆ। ਅਤੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਲੱਗ ਹੀ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਥੱਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ, ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਜੀ। ਸੋ 10 ਮਿੰਟ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਭਾਜੀ ਕੋਲੇ, ਅਤੇ ਭਾਜੀ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਹੱਲ ਲੈਣੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਹੋਰ ਸਟਾਕਸ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਗਿੰਨੀ। ਸੋ
ਤੇ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਭਾਜੀ। ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਤਲਬ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਬਿਆਨ 'ਤੇ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਨੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮੂਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ, ਵੀ ਟਰੰਪ ਟੈਰਿਫ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨੇ, ਫਿਰ 2 ਦਿਨਾਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹਟਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪੌਜ਼ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ।
ਭਾਜੀ ਨੇ ਕਹਿਤਾ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ, ਸ਼ੇਰ ਆਉਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ। ਜਿਲੇ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁਛ।
ਹਾਂ, ਉਹਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ ਕੁਛ ਵੀ। ਅਸੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਮੰਨਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ।
ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣਨੀ ਉਹਦੀ।
ਜੀ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਆ ਭਾਈ, ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ 4 ਕੁ ਦਿਨ ਕੱਢਦਾ, ਵੀ ਟੋਕ ਜੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਰੁਕ ਜਾ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। 4 ਕੁ ਦਿਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲਦਾ, ਫਿਰ ਕੁਛ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਆ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਇਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਲਈ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਕਰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕੁਛ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਹੇਰਾ ਫੇਰੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਬਈ। ਇੰਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਆ ਰਾਈਟ। ਹੁਣ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਆ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਦਾ, ਹੁਣ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕੁਛ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਚ ਸਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਐਡਵਾਂਟੇਜ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਇਹਦਾ।
ਜੀ
ਭਾਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਆ ਟਰਮ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ, ਇਹ ਐਂਡ ਅਪ ਇਨ ਜੇਲ੍ਹ ਨਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੰਪ ਡੰਪ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਕੇਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਕੜੇ ਬਣਦੇ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਸੋ ਜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੀਕਿਊਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੋਵੇ, ਇਹ ਫੇਅਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੀਕਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਵੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਆਮ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਲ ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਨੀਪੂਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਆ ਰਾਈਟ ਕਿਸੇ ਚੀਜ਼ 'ਚ।
ਦੇਖੋ ਬਈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਹਾਈ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਫਰੀडम ਮਿਲੀ ਉਹ ਆ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਕੁਝ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਸੋਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਆ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰ ਲਾਂ, nobody can come after me। ਸੋ
ਯਾ
ਜਿਹੜੀ
ਬਟ ਉਹੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਵੀ 80 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜੇਲ੍ਹ 'ਚ ਬੈਠਾ ਲਾਸਟ 10-15 ਸਾਲ ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਯੂ ਨੈਵਰ ਨੋ, ਥਿੰਗਸ ਚੇਂਜ ਵੈਰੀ ਕੁਇਕਲੀ। ਇਹ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਵਾ ਭਾਜੀ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਹੱਥ 'ਚ ਪਾਵਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਦੂਜੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਬਟ ਵਟ ਐਵਰ, ਆਪਾਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ 'ਤੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਹੈ। ਡਾਓ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ, ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਸਟਾਕ ਰੈੱਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗਾ, ਉਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਸੇਲਸਫੋਰਸ CRM। ਤੇ CRM ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਡੀਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਭਾਜੀ, ਇੱਕ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਬਾਏ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ। ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਸੀਗਾ ਇਨਫੋਮੈਟਿਕਾ। 8 ਬਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਲਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ AI ਆਪਣਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬੂਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ। ਸੋ ਆਰਟੀਫਿਸ਼ਲ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਐਂਟਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਾਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਕੁਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ ਉਹ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਸਲੈਕ ਟੈਕਨੋਲੋਜੀਜ਼ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ 2021 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਦੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਹੋਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੰਗੇ ਲਏ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਡੀਲਾਂ ਸਿਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੜੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਉੱਦਾਂ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਭਾਜੀ ਸੇਲਸਫੋਰਸ CRM, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਆ। ਇਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਪਿਛਲਾ ਕੁਆਟਰ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਪਿਛਲਾ ਕੁਆਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ 8 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਮਿਸ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਸੀ।
ਜੀ।
ਸੋ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੁਣ ਚਾਰਟ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਡਾਊਨ ਟ੍ਰੈਂਡਿੰਗ ਇਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਸੋ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਇਹੀ ਸਟਾਕ ਡਾਓ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੈੱਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗਾ, ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ 30 ਸਟਾਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 29 ਸਟਾਕ ਪੋਜ਼ਿਟਿਵ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ। ਤੇ NVIDIA ਟੌਪ ਗੇਨਰ ਹੈ ਜੀ, 1.7 ਆਲਮੋਸਟ 2% ਦੇ ਆਸ-ਪਾਸ ਅਪ ਹੈਗਾ। ਮਾਈਕਰੋਸੋਫਟ ਵੀ 1.5% ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਅਪ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਤੇ ਨਾਈਕ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਦਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਵੀ 1.5% ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਬਾਕੀ ਐਪਲ, ਗੋਲਡਮੈਨ ਸਾਚੇ, ਕੈਟਰਪਿਲਰ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਟਾਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੋਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਅੱਜ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਭਾਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 2 ਮਿੰਟ ਹੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਜੋ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਲ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ, 7 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਜੂਨ, ਸੋ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਜਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਟਰਮ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਿੰਗ ਆਈਡੀਆ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ 'ਚ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕੀ ਪਲੇ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਜਾਂ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਲੇ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ?
So, one of the biggest issue is a couple of big issues in the US. ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ Donald Trump ਦੇ tariff ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, I think they're doing damage to the US economy. Yeah, I think US economy isn't showing it, but I think it's going to start to show. We're going to see the GDP number on Thursday. ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਈ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ। ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਨਫਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ CPI ਉੱਪਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਟਾਰਫ ਲੱਗਣੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਵਾਲਮਾਰਟ, ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਸਟੋਰਸ ਹੈਗੇ, ਰੀਟੇਲਰਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਦੇ ਗੋਨ ਹਾਈਕ ਅਪ ਦ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸ। ਜੇ ਉਹ ਟਾਰਫ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਾਂਦੇ, ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਨਫਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਾਊਗੀ। ਜੇ ਇਨਫਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਾਊਗੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰੇਟ ਕੱਟਸ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜੋਨ ਪਾਲ ਤੋਂ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਫਰੂਟ ਹੋਊਗੇ। So he's not going to cut interest rates while the inflation is going up. Plus, they have a $9.5 trillion debt that is due, and that's going to be printing a lot of money coming up in the next couple of months. So I see a lot of negative news in the market. And plus on top, ਜੇ ਇਹ ਟਾਰਫ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਮਹਿੰਗੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕਰ ਦੇਣੀਆਂ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋਰਪੋਰੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, they not going to make profits. ਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਮਿਡ ਜੂਨ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ। ਜੇ ਉਹ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ, ਪਲੱਸ ਆਲ ਦਿਸ ਸਟਫ ਇਜ਼ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਦੀ ਅਦਰ ਸਾਈਡ, I don't see an upside on the stock market. I see a downside.
ਜੀ।
ਸੋ ਬੀ ਕੇਅਰਫੁਲ ਰਹੋ ਜੀ, ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ ਦੇ ਰਿਸਕ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ। ਸਾਡਾ ਵੀ ਮੋਰ ਲੈਸ ਹੀ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਆਲਸੋ ਆਪਣੀ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਈਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤਾਂ ਕੈਸ਼ ਵੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੇਜ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਬਟ ਦੈਟਸ ਆਵਰ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਅਗੇਨ। ਆਪਣੇ ਫਾਈਨੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕੰਸਲਟ ਕਰਿਓ। ਤੇ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਪਰਪਸ ਹੀ ਹੈਗਾ।
That's all it is, buddy. These are educational stuff. If you're gonna make any sort of investment yourself, make sure you're going to your own advisor for advice. We are only looking at the past experience and bringing to the future. Hopefully, it will help you. But again, we don't want you to take our advice alone. Just go consult your own financial advisor. ਇਹ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪੈ ਜਾਓ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਉਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਰਾਈਟ? ਸੋ ਰਾਈਟ
ਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਭਾਈ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਫॉर योर टाइम। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਆਨਸਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਭਾਜੀ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੇ।
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ, ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੇਖਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੀ।
ਸਤਿ
ਸਤਿ
ਸ਼੍ਰੀ
ਸ਼੍ਰੀ
ਅਕਾਲ।
ਅਕਾਲ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਭਾਜੀ।
ਸੋ ਗਿਨੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੁਐਸਚਨਸ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ ਜਲਦੀ ਜਲਦੀ। ਪਹਿਲਾ
Okay, let's go. Oh my God. Hey guys, I'm back. Where am I? Screen.
Okay, guys, we'll see here. And so far, nice push right up into VWAP. If you guys did take this bounce, just be a bit careful here as momentum on the 5 and 15 is still bearish, but there is signs of a turnaround. So on the ES now, look at the 5-minute here, seeing if we continue, and if this 5-minute candle here closes green, we'll see if we get a kind of 360 move back up above VWAP. If it's red, as I'm talking, seems like selling pressure coming in, we look for potential break and hold. We need to see kind of a 5-minute close underneath this 58.75, 58.72 level. NASDAQ here was kind of also watching this candle. It was kind of green, looking to see if it wants to give a break above VWAP, but couldn't do it. Now turning red, we'll see if selling pressure does come in. A close underneath that 204, 189 could send us towards overnight lows. But we'll see. Still got about like a minute 40 in this candle. Looks like there's kind of some indecision going on. So if it does close green and higher, we'll see if we get that reversal. If it closes underneath or underneath these levels, support levels, we could see continued downside. The 50-minute, I mean, is looking kind of bearish, still getting downside momentum, but conviction here is still holding up in bullish trend.
Anybody grabbed any of these stocks on the open? KTOS just blasted out of the gate here. 36.94. I grabbed some at there while I was doing the show there. 37.50. This is for day trade only. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly sell as long as it keeps going up. I'm gonna hold it, but I got into it at 37.50. I don't know if anybody else grabbed it. There's for a whole bunch of them. There's all of them are pretty much breaking out. Pretty much all of the stocks that I given. So here's this one here. I'm sitting in this one. It's sitting at $39. The breakout was at 36.94. I marked it earlier, and look, it's gone. It's gone. Anybody grabbed any of these stocks? That one's up. This one here, let's take a look at that one. This one is breaking out as well. LEU is breaking out. It's above the line, 122. It's 123 right now. Marion, what happened to this one? This one is broken out to the upside as well. MIR, I think it's still a chance to buy this one for a breakout. What's the next one? D-Wave is kind of down. Like I remember what I said about that stock. It's already gone up a lot. Waiting for this one to break out. Sandstorm need to break above 890. If it breaks above 890, that could pump to the upside. Okay, this one, or robotics one, is the one I have to do a research on to see if you can buy. Nuclear power, this one is also breaking out. Take a look. Yeah, it's breaking out as well. I think this one is still a buy, and it just could break above 32.41. Could really take off. Okay, like I said before, I love this was really a breakout here, but it's breaking out again here, and I think it's gonna go higher. And the last one hasn't broken out. Need above 48.36 for it to go 48.36. So 3 out of 4 stocks have really broken out nicely. This one I'm holding is KTOS right now. I'm still holding here. Don't go out buy. Look at your portfolio, what size your portfolio is. Go along with the portfolio. This one here is pumping 123.86 now. I think it look like it's going. Sandstorm 890 is sitting at 882. It's about 8 cents away for breaking out. Anybody watching these ones? Anybody's looking? Bank of Nova Scotia is up 72 cents after the earnings release. BMO is down about 11 cents right now. I think it's still an opportunity to buy for short-term trading. CIBC 94.39. TD is at 53 cents. Harvey, what's up?
Yeah, just gonna say, this is a really nice bounce here, guys. If you guys still in this long, just keep trading that stock. We'll see as it gave a nice move right at those key levels. ES hit 58.72, held on that 5-minute and gave a strong push up. So we kept getting good bars to the upside. And on the NASDAQ here as well, continuing above VWAP. So if you're holding, already pretty strong move here, just keep trading your stops. Also kind of want to mention some swing plays here as well. Most of these names, again, are kind of heavy in that tech space. So since markets did see that initial downside, they are kind of red at the open. But we'll see how it closes, right? We're still holding above a key support. So if we can get back above opening price, make a push to the upside, we'll see if some of these names want to kind of fill that gap, make a gap fill reversal. But SGHC is holding up particularly well. Again, this is the online gambling name. Broke above the uptrend here now, so we'll see if it wants to continue to push. See if we get continued buying volume coming in above this 850, 875 marker. But again, just remember with this one also, we do have DTNG at a investment conference later today. So if any news comes from that, we'll see if it gives positive headwinds up towards that 917, or if it could send it back down below that 830. But next breakout here at the open.
So initially on the open, as I expected, the market did come down. It came to the euro low. If you look at the euro low, that's where it pumped right back to the upside. Almost touched the Asian low with the wick. Hopefully everybody's making money. Money, 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 guys. Make money. I hope you guys all are.
Okay, so this was a pretty good bounce reversal play, still kind of paying here. So not much to just keep trailing your stops, but a really good indication, right? We had a strong move in the morning, kind of sellers came right into some support levels here. And then we kind of saw that selling momentum start to weaken. As selling pressure was coming in, conviction here was still pretty strong, and these tech names are still pretty strong. So it was weak selling going on. Saw a kind of doji here, hammer. I kind of saw Hurricane and Drake. You guys are talking about it overnight, but yeah, pretty much got a doji right into a key support level and then a nice break to the upside. So again, these don't play out all the time. That's why you have your risk management in play, but it does work out pretty nice sometimes. So we'll see if this wants to continue. Again, don't try to chase long here now. So we'll see the original setup was on that kind of bounce off of the support. So we'll see if we get test off next key level. ES here, you have it kind of hitting resistance around this 58.86. So we'll see if momentum here turns bullish. Can we get a continuation up towards that 58.94, 5900 level? If we do see potential lower high come in and a reversal, we need to see a break and hold underneath that VWAP level. To then see if we test that again key 58.72 level support below. And Nasdaq as well made a strong bounce here, now continuing above VWAP. We'll see if it holds as it is getting above opening price. If it does, next key resistance is around 300, 315. If we do see selling pressure come in, making a lower high here on the 2-minute, needs to break underneath VWAP for a push down towards that 204 level. So we'll see what happens here. Right now, momentum is starting to kind of just move sideways. Starting to see some bullish pressure here on the 2-minute, but we'll see if it can hold. And looking at these internals, still bullish, but kind of weakening. Kind of seeing ADD start to push lower here in positive trend though, and ticks as well pushing down to that 0 line. We'll see if it can hold.
Just gonna take a break, guys. About half an hour. I need a break. I've been sitting on this chair for the last 3 hours. I wouldn't chase KTOS right now. I've made some good money already on it. But if it comes down, I would buy, yes. Well, just be careful. I think it's gonna go higher, but I would have loved to buy it in the open. Like if you bought it at the open, you were hanging on to it. That would have been really good. Uh, MIR is doing really well. MIR as well.
Yeah, strong move on ASM as well. Surprisingly, given the move on gold, ASM making a pretty strong push up. So made new all-time highs. We'll see if it continues to hold that 305, $3 marker for a continued push. Hood also making a nice move here to the upside, holding at now point of control on the 30-minute. We'll see if this wants to continue. Again, the Hood CEO is speaking this week as well at a Bitcoin event, so we'll see what if that adds any bullish theme to this on this week. Rocket Lab also making a pretty strong move today. We'll see if it continues off the open with some good volume coming in as well, right into the resistance. So we'll see if now we can get some hold or consolidation in this range, in this kind of 27.45, 29.83 level, as there is kind of some selling pressure up here. So strong move on a gap up and go. We'll see if it can hold up. Even when the market was kind of pulling back, this one was holding up. So we'll see if it wants to continue today. If it can hold this 27.45, see if we get a push up towards 30. Okay, guys, we'll see here again. Price action got pretty weak all of a sudden. I mean, we are still seeing buying pressure come in, but these are some pretty ugly candles on the 2-minute, right? Like on the way up, kind of just getting wicks. So we'll see if this holds up. I mean, you still got some key levels of resistance on the upside at 5,900 and 21,315, and we are still holding support. So we'll see if this kind of grind up continues. You can see also volume kind of drawing up here as well. So I wouldn't look to chase this long. Just keep trailing stops if you are still in. If not, just be careful, as we could see a quick reverse. I mean, right now things still bullish. I mean, the 2-minute, you're starting to see kind of upside momentum come in. UVXY on a slow grind to the downside. These internals still holding up bullish as well. Strong volume difference. Tick still above 0. Right, and on momentum, also just seeing pretty much a sideways action, right? Not really strong strength on the 5-minute or the 50-minute. So we'll see if things can start to pick up. But so far, still a strong bounce right from support. If it does continue to hold, we'll see if it wants to give us a direct test of some of these resistance levels. Yeah. Before we also had data at top of the hour, consumer confidence numbers. Seems like it is causing some temporary upside here, so just adding more to the news, fuel to the fire here. So consumer confidence actually came out much higher than expected. So it came out at 98 and forecasted was 87. So just a strong push up here off of that news right into now resistance. So if you are still long, you might want to consider locking some in or moving your stops up. We'll see if we can now get above this level here, try to approach those London highs. So on the 5-minute was kind of the indication, just a now strong continuous push up here above that recent swing high. So we'll see if this turns into a breakout opportunity up towards that London high and overnight high at 360. If we do see it reverse here now, we could, again, this could be kind of that longer term range that develops. See if we get a pull back towards 204. But short term, still looking bullish. We'll see if this wants to continue. Yeah. If not long though, I wouldn't look to chase still. I would look to see a bit more consolidation now, see if we get some sort of flag, maybe some sort of base setup for that push higher, or if we do pull back, look for a higher low opportunity. when ES got a direct push up now towards that 58.94. So we'll see if we can get above. You got 5900 and then 5912 overnight highs. If we reverse here, a breakback below VWAP could take us into range, potentially testing 5875, 5868 below. Alright guys, so not much, is just waiting for the next setup here now. So we'll see as ES right now just kind of holding at resistance 58.94. We'll see if it can start to develop a base and give us a continuation here. If it does continuously just kind of rip through, I'll be looking to see if we get a break retest or some sort of hold for that push up. Don't want to kind of chase, as you've already seen such a strong move up here already. Kind of just a straight shot up from that London low on the 5 minutes. So if not long, again, not trying to chase this move, want to see a bit more structure, see if we can catch that next kind of wave up, look for that bull flag, look for that higher low opportunity. If we do start to pull back and there's signs of reversal, we'll see if momentum starts to shift to the downside, and if we get a rejection back towards those London lows. But at the moment, things still looking pretty bullish as the 2 minute holding up well, the 5 minute and the 50 minute not necessarily bearish, but still moving in the upwards direction. UVXY broke lower here, made new lows, and internals still holding up as well. So getting good bullish confluence across the board here, but we've already run up pretty significantly, so don't want to be chasing at these price points. Rather look for that consolidation or that higher low opportunity. But from what I'm seeing in the backdrop, this could very much well keep going. So on ES again, is watching this resistance 5894, 5900, and on Nasdaq watching 315, 300 support to see if that holds up for a push up towards those overnight high levels. Okay, we'll do a quick update on some of this other stuff as well. Again, CGHC mentioned on a nice breakout here, so we'll see if that gives us continued follow through. Good volume coming in on this move here as well, so we'll see if it comes through. Now kind of coming into that next resistance around the 875. It seems like AGX pulled back a little bit, so now filling that gap here, we'll see if it can hold. So this 206, 204 marker, does it give us a gap fill reversal, continue with that trend? If not, again, where things get concerning is if we dip underneath that 200-day level and we start to see strong volume coming. Vito still holding up pretty well, but underneath some major resistance. And ASM, this name's surprising given that, gold not really seeing much of a move, just kind of holding here at support. But seems to be ASM seems to be holding up pretty well here, so we'll see if that wants to continue. Good volume on this push off in the morning, still seeing support on the money profile, so we'll see if this one wants to continue here. PLTR still holding on the break, HUD still holding up now as well, near all-time highs. Uber not so much, but just filling that gap, we'll see if it wants to give us a reversal. So around this 87.68 marker, we'll see if buying pressure can come in. But this is a pretty hefty sell candle on volume, so a bit concerning. We'll see if again this 87, 86.61 can hold. And most of these quantum computing names are down. Again, when you have your very high speculative growth name, guys, even some minor downside in the market could hit these ones, right? Especially they've kind of had pretty extensive run-ups last week. So again, even with these names, wouldn't look to chase. Again, look for that pullback, higher low opportunity, or if we retest some prior levels. EQT, again, not doing much. Natural gas name, more of a long-term kind of play. HIMS also kind of gave us a gap fill now. We'll see if it wants to push back up. Longer-term level is still watching that 61, 62 kind of sell wall. We'll have to kind of break above that for upside. And Rocket Lab, strong push so far this morning. We'll see if it continues to hold right into now resistance. So we'll see if it can consolidate, show strength in this range. It could give us potential break continuation to the upside. So far right now, this market seems pretty resilient on wanting to kind of go up. Momentum is still holding, internals giving that confidence. So we'll see if the slow grind up continues. Even on the 2-minute candle, like these are some pretty nasty candles on this upside. All right, so wow, a pretty strong push up here still from the bulls. We'll see now as we are kind of coming into some longer time frame resistance here on the ES. We're coming into sort of this 5-minute sell that we got right prior to the open. And on NASDAQ, we're now coming into these overnight highs. So we'll see what happens here, but so far short term still looking bullish. We're still kind of holding here as well, but we'll see if momentum can continue. A bit concerning as we are starting to see a kind of a curl here on UVXY and a slowdown here on the 2-minute time frames. Alright guys, so after a straight 160 point move here on the NASDAQ, expecting a little bit of resistance or a pullback. We'll see if it can give us another opportunity here as kind of just made a straight push up off that 5-minute reversal, right? So we'll see if it continues. Right now, we're still kind of holding a resistance here. On the shorter term, see if ES can continue to hold at this 5,900 level, kind of give us a break continuation to the upside. NASDAQ here also just facing some resistance at those kind of overnight London highs here at 360. We'll see if it can hold above 315, give us some sort of consolidation, sort of base, to then see if we get a re-entry on this move to the upside. Right now, momentum is still holding up bullish. You still got internals in bullish trend. And still pretty strong moves here on some of these tech names. I mean, Tesla, straight rocket ship to the upside. Now above that 355 level, we'll see if we can hold. Nvidia kind of made a V-shaped recovery. Amazon also made a V-shaped recovery. And Google has been launching up. So tech names still holding up pretty well from what I'm seeing. Internals still looking pretty good to the upside as well. But a already pretty extended move here. So we'll see if we can get that base set up and continuation to the upside, or if starting momentum here comes in. Let's see. All right, looks like we didn't get much consolidation. Pretty much just one red candle on the 2 minute was enough for buyers to kind of step back in here and continue to lift this up. So we'll see as ES now hitting that 5900 marker, getting above this 5 minute resistance. Can it continue this push up? We'll see, or if it becomes kind of a sweep. If it does hold, next resistance above is around 5910, 5912 overnight highs. If we do pull back below 5900, watch to see if selling pressure comes in underneath 5894 for a potential failed breakout reversal here. But so far, I mean, bulls continue to show strength. So we'll see if this continues to push up. And same with the Nasdaq, now above that London high overnight level 360. Next major resistance I have all the way is up at this 508. 560 supply zone, which marks that May 21st sell down we had. So we'll see if we can get above like 400, could be a psychological number to watch for to see if markets want to continue to push up here as well. But so far, continue to hold strength here. Not much, not much of a pullback, not much of a base setup. So we'll see if we get like a break, retest, continuation, or if you know where this market wants to stop. Again, never predict, never try to guess the top here. We'll just see how far it goes and if it can give us another setup. Since that 5 minute break, just kind of been on a rally. If you're watching the 5 minute and you are still in this one, I mean, congratulations. You got a pretty strong move, over 170 points now to the upside on the NQ and about 25, 28 points on the ES. And these tech names is continuing to run. Tesla here, Nvidia now pushing new highs on the day. All right, so with the strong showing on equities, most of our names are doing pretty well here as well. So we'll see if we want to continue. HUD kind of gave an alert as it did, just crack slightly above the all-time high level. So We'll see if it wants to give us a breakout continuation. I mean, still seeing good volume coming in on this name, even when market was pulling back. This one's holding up good relative strength, so we'll see if it wants to continue above that 67 marker. But strong push there. Uber also making a strong turnaround after filling that gap as well. We'll see if it can get above those pre-market highs. And then ASM was the other one I mentioned. Also still seeing good buying. Continue to make new highs here. We'll see if it wants to continue to go. I mean, still seeing good volume and good pressure here on the money profile. Right now, it's watching markets here as this buying does look a bit extended on the 5-minute and the 2-minute, as did it make a pretty strong push to the upside. And now on the 50-minute, we kind of just wicked above that London high. So we'll see if this becomes kind of a sweep, and do we see sellers step in to push below, or is this a breakout here on the 50-minute now? And do we continue to kind of this extended move to the upside? We'll see. I mean, it's still bullish on the 5. Still bullish on the 2, turning bullish here on the 15, and internals, I mean, still holding up pretty well. ADD in bullish trend, strong push up on volume difference, strong push up on the ticks, and these tech names continue to hold here as well. So nothing on the sort of backdrop is, saying that this market wants to go down, and we just continue to melt up here. Crazy stuff. So for gold and crude oil, not really doing much. Crude oil did make some potential wicks here on the 30-minute, trying to break that 61.07 level, but bulls defended each time. So we'll see if they can once again, as it is attempting another break here. If it can, we'll see if we get a push up towards 61.50. If sellers do get a confirmation close here underneath this 61 level, then we could melt towards 60.70, 60.30 as potential supports. But we'll see. Right now, it's seeing a lot more selling pressure here than buying pressure as we testing this support. And then again, gold not really doing much here, kind of just pulled down straight into resistance at this 32.87 level and just continue to hold. So we'll see if this turns into a bear flag continuation, as there is still also a lot more selling pressure coming in here on GC. So if we do get a break underneath 32.75, look for a bear flag continuation down towards 32.42. Where this sorts and validates if price can get back above 3300 and hold, and then try to make a push above 3310. Yeah, so we'll see here getting some signs of potential slowdown as on the 2 minute we're starting to see decreasing bullish momentum. UVXY has been kind of chopped since that 10 a.m. move, so haven't really seen much volatility come into this market. And also looking at some of the internals, you still got bullish reads, which is why I think we're kind of melting up as advanced decliners still in bullish trend and volume difference pushing higher as well, but not really strongly as kind of ticks and the overall movement has been kind of near that zero marker. So short term kind of momentum volatility indicators here all signaling potential slowdown, but longer term we are still kind of bullish. So we'll see if we can get a hold and break as long as ES continues to hold this 5900, 5894. We'll see if price wants to make a push up towards that 5912. If we do see a stronger dip or selling pressure start to come through, we need to see a break and hold underneath these levels and then VWAP at 5886. Nasdaq watching this 360 level. If that can hold, we'll see if we get consolidation, potentially continuation on this melt up towards that 500 marker. If we do lose 360, looking for a back test of 315, 300 for a potentially higher low, or if selling continues down towards VWAP at 260. But again, right now, just again short term, starting to kind of lose steam, but still bullish as longer term momentum is holding and AUD VOD still holding as well. And again, these tech names also, just you still have Google kind of melting up, now retesting session highs. Nvidia making new highs on the day. Tesla also still near its session highs. All right, so finally getting a little bit showing here now from sellers as we're getting a little bit of a slowdown and pullback here on the 5-minute time frame and the 15-minute. So we'll see what happens. Again, we're still holding above first key levels on the ES 5900, and on the Nasdaq we kind of just tested this London high 360 level. So we'll see if bulls want to hold above and kind of hold at these prices, make some sort of base continuation to the upside, or if we start to dip and pull back a little bit further. If we do, again, you got 58.94, 58.86 on the ES. Nasdaq, you got 315 to 300. The 5-minute, 15-minute time frame still looking bullish, but it is still weakening kind of short time frame. So I mentioned 2-minute, we're still starting to see momentum decrease, now squeeze here on the Nasdaq. Still seeing UVXY sideways, and on these internals, still seeing very weak ticks, but still bullish as ADD and VLD still positive. So still seeing the same thing. Longer term indicator still bullish here, but getting a slowdown here on the shorter time frames, leading to now a bit of consolidation. So we'll see if short-term supports hold and markets want to continue to push higher, or do we start to see a bit more of a pullback here on the 5 and the 15-minute time frames. Okay, guys, so right now I'm just kind of waiting for the next indication. We did get some pretty tight consolidation here as we kind of just lost all that bullish momentum and are squeezing in a very tight range. ES kind of in a 7-point range here since about 10:20, and NASDAQ here also in about a kind of 25 point range since about 10 o'clock. So 10:20. So we'll see what happens. Right now, again, momentum is still bullish looking at the 5-minute and the 50-minute time frames. We're still getting consecutive green candles put in here as well. So momentum, or the bulls kind of still have the ball, but again, short-term momentum volatility here needs to pick up. Right now, ES still kind of just squeezing. Same with the Nasdaq on the 2-minute time frame. UVXY still just in a very tight range as well. And TIX kind of near zero, but at the moment trying to make a push to the upside. So we'll see if we can again continue this kind of squeeze up. As right now, conviction in the backdrop is still leaning a bit more bullish than bearish. Even on these internals, AED still in bullish trend, and still got volume difference pushing up as well. So no indication of bears, but it just seems like we're not really seeing that strong strength anymore. Momentum and volume seem low at the moment. All right, we'll see you guys. Again, just looking at this price action, we're still kind of holding bullish on the longer time frames, but short time frames just still seeing weakening momentum. Hasn't really turned bearish, so we're kind of just getting this sideways action and a slow grind up here on the ES. So we'll see what happens. I mean, on this move, you could see that we got a hammer here on the 2 minute, but when you see these kind of reversals, it's good to look at some of the longer term picture, right? Still seeing a lot more bullish indication than bearish indication. So, and this is kind of on the 2 minute time frame. So if this started to kind of reverse, started to see some red bars come in with strength, and we started to kind of see that pull here on the 5 minutes, started to see kind of a doji here as well, then I'll be a bit more concerned with downside. But if you look at these 5 minute candles, I mean, still strong to the upside, still holding up at these highs. We're still getting good bullish momentum, good looks on the internals. So not really any reason yet to look for that short. So we'll see what happens. Again, ES kind of held that 5900, now continue to grind up here towards that 5912 overnight high. We'll see if that acts as resistance where sellers want to step in, or do we just kind of break through it here. Nasdaq again just holding in this about 25-point range since about 1020. So we'll see if it can continue to hold 360. Does it give us that break above 385 for the continuation towards 400, 500 above? Or do we see a rejection underneath 360? Still very weak reads here on volatility and even ticks at the moment. We're trying to look for a push up, now kind of just holding just above zero. So we'll see what happens here as long-term momentum still bullish, short-term momentum weak, and we just continue to grind up. We'll see a little bit of selling pressure coming in here. We'll see if there is any strength kind of backing this move, as we are getting a rejection here now on ES off of this 5907, 5912 range. Nasdaq here also pushing lower to see if it cracks underneath this and holds underneath this 360. But at the moment, again, some downside here on price action. And we'll see if we can get some vol through. Right now, volume looks pretty decent. Let's see if momentum shifts bearish. If UVXY also getting a nice pop here, let's see if it can hold, maybe give us some further upside. So we are getting some downside indication, but again, just not really strong follow through as of yet. Want to see momentum turn red. Want to see UVXY start to uptrend. And some of these internals, I mean, still holding up. You still got ADD in bullish trend territory. Volume difference moving higher, but ticks kind of just at holding at 0. All right, so we also at the 11 o'clock hour here now. So we got about 30 minutes now till the close of the UK session. We'll see if we get any volatility. But so far this morning, seems like bulls had the ball after a quick dip prior to the open. They kind of pushed it right to those London lows, and then we bounced on a nice pull up. Wish I kind of held that long for a bit longer, as it did give a pretty extensive move to the upside. But since then, kind of around 10 o'clock, 10:20, markets really died down. Just now seeing a lot more sideways, weak conviction. So we'll see what happens here. Currently, you have a little bit of a pullback, but again, mentioned that it is kind of weak as we're not really seeing it, backed by strong confluence. So we could just continue to chop here in range. So be careful. On ES, just watching that 5900 level. As long as it holds, the kind of trend remains intact. We'll see if we get a break above 5912. If we lose 5900, look for a pullback down towards 5894, 5888 VWAP. Nasdaq, we'll see now as it did kind of dip underneath 360, held it at 350. So watching the 350 level, if it can hold, we'll see if we get a break back above 385. Below 350, we could test 315 and 300, and then that 269 level. Alright, so things pretty slow now, guys. I'm pretty sure you can tell that we're kind of still squeezing on the 2 minute, but a little bit more bearish pressure coming in. So we'll see if this on the 2 minute here becomes a lower high. If sellers do step in here with volume, we'll see then now if we can get a break to some of these support levels below. We'll still need to see momentum turn bearish as we are kind of still squeezing, but getting some slight downside here on the 2 minute. Also starting to now start to see weakness here on the 5 minute time frames as well. So we'll see if that trend here continues. Short term, also you do have the ticks kind of just at 0, so we'll see now if they can try to flip negative and hold. That could add some downside pressure here. So we'll see what happens. You also got potentially a higher low forming on UVXY. So price action giving that indication that at least the bulls are slowing down. Want to see a bit of a reversal. Let's see if we can get some momentum and the internals to turn bearish. Could watch this candle here on the 15 minute also. Nasdaq got a red candle now after this push up, after a doji, so we'll see if we get a close underneath. And same thing with the ES, we got a strong push up, and now we got a kind of doji on the 15 right at resistance. We'll see if we get a close here underneath. So there is some downside thesis, but again, need to see momentum and some of these internals here show the conviction. Alright, so it looks like we got pretty much no conviction here from the bears. Still seeing bullish momentum across the board. Still squeezing on the 2-minute. It's not really turning too bearish yet, so we're just kind of holding here still sideways. Volatility also kind of looked like it was making that push to the upside, but now kind of also just fading away. And ticks couldn't really break that zero marker, so we continue to chop here in this range. Again, not seeing much strength now either direction. Bulls still have a slight edge as we are holding up at these levels, still underneath some major resistance. We are kind of flagging here on the 5-minute as well, but there just is no conviction currently in the market. So we'll see which way things go. On ES, still watching because kind of 5900 support, see if we can get a break above 5912. Nasdaq still watching 360, 350, see if it holds for a break above 385. But just overall pretty weak. This barcoding action. All right, so there's news on this one. I'm not sure. Oh, actually, never mind. Sorry, wrong name. Like, sorry, I saw this news that said Lightbridge was joining the Russell 2000. I thought it said Landbridge, so that's why I put up LB, but different name. All right, so pretty funny market, guys. Again, we got some pretty extreme strength in the morning on that reversal off the London low. So hopefully you guys caught some of that move. But right now, just kind of squeezing since about 10 a.m. off of that consumer confidence numbers. We had an initial reaction to the upside, and it seems like that kind of took all the volume out of the market sideways since. So we'll see what happens. We are coming into London close now in about 12 minutes. If supports continue to hold, we'll see which way that volume wants to come in. At the moment, just very choppy sideways action. Bulls still have the edge, but overall, just very low volume. I mean, most of these tech names also still just kind of holding up well as well. You have Tesla pushing up to that 355 and just sideways. You got Nvidia holding above 135 also, and now just kind of sideways. Amazon, Google, all these names kind of just consolidating. So not much to do, but just sit on hands here. With this move up, our swing plays are doing pretty well as well. SGHC made a nice move today off that opening gap up and hold above 850. We'll see if this wants to go, kind of struggling at resistance, 875. AGX holding up well as well, so gave a good gap fill reversal. We'll see if this wants to push back up towards its kind of 213 pre-market high level there. Credo also doing well here on a push up. Still underneath resistance, but good move by bulls today, holding up with nice volume. ASN also pretty nice. Bit of a slowdown, but again, as warranted, as it is kind of a gold miner play here. We'll see if it wants to continue to hold. So far, you got GC still holding support as well. GC. Right, so we'll see if it can give us a launch to the upside, but ASM holding well considering that move on gold. Nice hold off this longer term uptrend. Palantir still watching as well, gave it back test now. We'll see if we get a gap reversal. Key level to watch today is this 123 level. If we can hold above, we'll see if we get a push up. See if we can get above the sell wall, but watch out for sellers to come in below. And HUD also made a strong push up right into now resistance. We'll see if it cracks that all-time high level. Checking on Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab still doing well as well, putting in nice bullish candles here on the hourly time frame. We'll see if it can hold 27.45 to continue to move up towards that 30th marker. Ooh, looks like Technoglass also gave you a nice breakup. So again, Technoglass key levels watching to see if it can jump over that 86.48, 87 level. Seems like it did pretty strongly, kind of just made a fair value gap on that push as well. So nice breakup on TJLS. If it can hold above 87, we'll see if it tags all-time highs at 89. Him's a bit concerning. Again, this one's a bit more of a riskier trade as it did give a pretty extensive pullback on this handle. We'll see. It did fill that gap, but not really seeing signs of buying now coming in. So we'll see what it does around this 54, 54.50 marker. If it can give us a hold above, we'll see if it wants to make a push up and break 56.52. If not, be careful. We could see more selling coming in, and then that 21 day will be a key support to watch for.
Market data connection re-established.
Alright guys, so with the way this market is moving right now, just very slow, choppy conditions. I'm just gonna take a quick break. Still kind of feeling it after yesterday, so just gonna take a quick break, get my eyes off the screen, and then I'll be back at 1 p.m. and we'll take a look at the charts. We'll see if we can get any moves into this afternoon. So today was a strong bounce. We got a good bounce play off of support, off those London lows for the upside. Wish I kind of held for a bit longer, but you can't complain. Some nice green on the day. Since again after that 10 a.m. news we got, market's just been in a sideways chop. So be careful trading this range. We'll see if bulls continue kind of this bull flag pattern, and do we see that breakout above, or do we see now a rejection and hold in today's range? Right now, bulls do still have the edge as we are starting to get some bullish momentum on the 2 minute. It is still bullish on the 15 as well as the 5, and these internals are still holding up as well. So still getting again a bit more lean to the upside, but very consolidated action. We'll see as long as supports hold if we can get a break to the upside. So on ES, watch this 5900, 5894. That can hold. We'll see if we crack 5912 as it is testing at the moment, up towards then 5927 next. And on the NASDAQ, if we can hold here above this 360, 350, we'll see if we can crack this high level and 400 for then a push up towards 500. But we'll need to see some confluence, some better momentum come in. At the moment, things just looking very choppy, right? So let's take a quick break, and then I'll be back at 1 p.m. and we'll take a look at the charts for this afternoon. If anything does happen while I'm gone, I will hop in and give a quick update.
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established. Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
Okay, guys. So my bad. Something came up, so I actually have to head out today. I think my dad might hop in maybe later this afternoon. Um, but yeah, sorry guys, just might have to step out. Maybe I'll be back prior to the close, but if I'm not, again, this market just continues to kind of push up. I think we're kind of moving up on Swiss National Bank's chairman speaking, making some comments, and off that we're getting some volume here to the upside. So we'll see if this continues. If you are still trading this now, we'll see. As long as these supports continue to hold, how far this push up goes. Next major resistance on NASDAQ I have is that 508 level, valid as long as we hold this
Market
385,
data
360.
connection lost.
And on the ES, if we can hold above 5927, 5907, we'll see if we push to the upper
Market data
5944
connection
zone. And again, these
re-established.
levels mark the sell down from last Wednesday, May 21st. So we could see some sort of hold or maybe a rejection if we test it directly. So I apologize, guys. Again, my bad. Just something came up, so I do have to step out. Maybe I'll be back before the close, but I'm not sure. So if I'm not, again, hope you guys had a good day. Just again, continue to watch the market and trade safe. There's not much on the calendar, so granted, any other surprising news comes out, also just watch out for any sort of range bound action. Right? All right, what's up, guys? So I am back. So originally I was gonna go, as my dad put in the group. So my grandma's currently not feeling well, so I was gonna go check in and then my dad come back, but he said he's okay, and then just told me to kind of take over, so continue with the market. So we're back here for the afternoon session. We'll see what markets want to do here. Kind of has just been a slow grind up. We recently got news kind of fueling that move to the upside. But looks like bulls still kind of have control here. Looking at the hourly, just a straight move up since the open. After we tested those London lows, was a bit stronger with moving with momentum during the morning session. And then after about 10:20, it's just kind of been a slow grind to the upside. So not much to do since then. Market's kind of still holding on to bullish momentum, still kind of giving a slow grind to the upside without any sort of, major consolidation or pullbacks. I mean, if you look at the 5 minute here, since that morning move, just a slow push up. So no real kind of solid consolidation, no like real actual higher lows put in either. Kind of just been on a straight move to the upside. Take a zoom out to like 30 minute and the hourly time frames, you'll see that it's been more of a kind of direct move here. So we'll see if it holds, as it is now coming into some potential resistance as ES is testing this 59.27 level. We'll see if buyers can keep up momentum above the overnight highs, this 59.12, for then a push up into that upper supply zone, again marking that May 21st sell that we had. But we'll see. If we do kind of see sellers step in and a break underneath 59.12, this could now become a failed breakout, as you have a swing high, a higher high that could trap buyers that then become fuel for that reversal. So we'll see what happens early on this afternoon. Again, there's nothing on the calendar, so we'll see if we get any movement into the close. But again, do we see bullish momentum hold as it has been today so far? And do we continue to push up towards that Wednesday level? Or do we see now sellers come in, potentially a failed breakout reversal underneath 59.12? Same thing with the NASDAQ, right? Slow grind up on the hourly here since the open, came down, wicked that support level, and since then just kind of a constant push to the upside. So pretty much same thing. If it can hold that overnight high level 360, we'll see if we can maintain a push up into that Wednesday resistance at 508, 560. If we do see a break off that 360 level, same thing, you got a swing high potential reversal back down into kind of daily range, potentially retesting that 189 level below. So we'll see what happens here early on. Right now, momentum is still with the bulls, but it is relatively weak. If you look at the 5 minute and the 50 minute, still maintaining bullish structure, but you can see that we're kind of weakening on these bars on the way up. Looking at the internals, also still bullish as volume difference is a straight push up. Advanced decliners holding in bullish trend territory, but the thing is that the ticks and volatility not really supporting huge range moves, right? You still got ticks positive, but relatively low, still just above that zero marker. And UVXY for the most part has been consolidating in range, now seeing kind of a slight melt to the downside, right? So not seeing much volatility, nor seeing short-term momentum, kind of longer-term bulls, just slowly grinding here to the upside. So we'll see if that continues or if this was kind of just fuel for a larger reversal. Even some of the tech names, right? Still just after this morning kind of was showing that acceleration to the upside, but since that 10:20, just most names have kind of just been moving here sideways. So we'll see how this afternoon goes. We got about 3 hours left to go here in the market. As mentioned, there's nothing really on the calendar. We do have, oh, that's for latest. So yeah, actually nothing on the calendar here. So unless any unexpected Trump news comes out or tariff related news, I think it could be a quiet afternoon session, or it could just continue to slowly grind up here. We'll see. All right, so that's pretty much overall markets, guys. It's still pretty slow, I would say, and still pretty low momentum. So just be careful if you do see a trade set up. Make sure we get good confluence on these charts. So far, the trend is still bullish, but it is a very low, slow conviction grind to the upside. So We'll see if those supports continue to hold. Again, 59.12, 59.07 here on the ES, and on the NASDAQ, 385, 360 for this continued move higher. Some of the other stuff here, looking at crude oil, saw some downside today, right back into that 60-30 zone, offering support once again here. So we'll see if it holds. If it can, see if we get pushed back above 30, 60, 70, 61.07 for then a reclaim in this downwards trend channel. But it is looking bearish as we did break it with force and momentum, and we are getting a sort of lower high put in here now. So if we do see continued downside, bears really need to break the 60-30, 59.86 level to trigger possible shorts, as tested once, twice, 3, 4, now 5 times here, the 60-30 zone. Okay. And gold just not really doing much, still bear flagging here, not really much action on the day, kind of just still holding that 32.87, 32.75 level. Tesla had a beast of a day, broke out now of this kind of consolidation, so we'll see if we get some follow through on a potential breakout day. So good volume coming in here on the hourly on Tesla. Did get above that 350, 355 level pretty quickly. We'll see if it wants to continue above 2364. And then Nvidia, not really doing much on the day. They do have earnings set for tomorrow. So we'll see if, a lot of buying coming in at this price level. See what develops into the close and into the tomorrow session. And then tomorrow after the close, I believe, is when Nvidia reports. And if anything surprising comes out, it will send the shockwaves to the market. So we'll definitely be on watch, I think, for most investors here. Okay. SGHC still holding around the 875 resistance, so not seeing much of a move there. AGX holding up well today, gave a good gap fill reversal now to the upside. We'll see if we can crack this 210, try to retest that all-time highs around 214, 215. Credo doing well as well, so held on nicely on that gap up. We'll see if it can try to crack the 65 level. ASM also holding up pretty nicely here, around 315, 320. Yeah, so you can see most of these names are kind of just holding now after this morning's move. And Rocket Lab also gave me a really nice move this morning. Popped to the upside, right into now this longer term resistance area. So we'll see if price can consolidate, potentially give us some sort of continuation pattern. We'll see if we get a break of 30 to the upside. All right, so right now, guys, even though market's kind of just on a straight and push to the upside, there is still no indication of really sellers stepping in. It is still pretty sideways chop. I mean, if you look at momentum bars, we're getting very weak indication here, but it is still bullish as we're starting to see some upside. We're maintaining the sort of 2-minute uptrend here. Looking at the 5 and the 15 also, I mean, weakening bars, but still holding up bullish on this move. So nothing really telling us shorts here on a price action or a momentum, right? Even UVXY still kind of on a slow grind to the downside. And even conviction, right? The terminal is telling us. Right now, I'm starting to see some, actually, at the moment while I'm speaking, starting to see ticks here turn to flip negative, but you still got ADD and VOD holding up pretty strong bullish, right? So we'll see. This is a bit concerning. If it does hold here, we'll then see if some downside pressure can come in. But nonetheless, overall, other indicators here still holding onto this uptrend action. So we'll see how far this wants to go. Again, not really looking to chase this move. If this 2-minute uptrend here remains intact, we'll see if we get a break above recent highs to then continue that push up into those upper supply zones. If we do see the 2-minute trend lost here, we'll see if we get that back test of that London and those overnight highs, and then from there, does it become a bigger failed breakout reversal, or does it just become a back test and continuation? Yeah, so again, just not seeing much range in this price action as things are holding bullish, but it's not really with strong volatility nor strong conviction. It just has been, if you look at the 5-minute, just like a stair step move to the upside. And again, Tesla has just been a monster, so a strong breakout out of the kind of multi-day range here, and just keeps going. So good, strong bull flag breakout today on Tesla here. So again, mentioning on the daily perspective, we are kind of breaking that resistance here now as well. So we'll see if we get continuation above 367 on Tesla, but so far just a nice push to the upside. So kind of a gap and go situation here. So kind of gapped right into top end of this range, gave us a break of 350, 355, and since then just been pushing here. So next key resistance is at 364, 367. We'll see if it gives us continuation, then up towards the 380 next. Again, Tesla so far has been kind of leading the markets here on this push higher, currently leading the Nasdaq as well, as it did break session highs. We'll see if we get continuation. ES though kind of just lagging behind. We'll see if it wants to test its current highs and then give us continuation there as well. So price action right now just seems very slow. Not really seeing much setup here, but so just be careful. With the decrease in momentum, we could see sellers come in and try to retrace some of this up move that we had today, right? Kind of just been a straight shot up since the open. So we'll see if do we get some of that pullback here, or can it hold? On the ES right now, we're testing that 2-minute uptrend. If it does break, we'll see if selling volume can come in, try to retest that overnight high level. Into the Nasdaq coming into the 2-minute uptrend, we'll see if it dips and if selling volume here picks up. But still pretty weak now for both buying and selling. I mean, you still got more of a bullish lean due to price being at these levels, plus a bullish read here on ADD and VOD. But looking across like momentum and the shorter time frame, it is just looking pretty weak here overall. So I'm not looking to force any trades. We'll see what ES does here on this retest of this 2-minute trend line. If it does hold, look for a higher low opportunity back up towards 59.32. If we break it, see if selling pressure comes in towards 59.12. And the same with Nasdaq. If we can hold here above this trend line, we'll see if we get continuation up towards that 500 level. And if not, and we do break it with volume, we'll see if we get test of 385, 360. But pretty weak here overall. And you got a downtrending UVXY, but not with much strength or trend. You got just very weak momentum, very weak volatility.
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
Alright guys, so again, just reiterating, still a pretty slow market. Not necessarily bullish nor bearish, right? We're not really seeing selling pressure really come into this market. Short term, we did see ticks kind of holding below zero, but now they're kind of back towards that zero level. So not really seeing any sort of strength at the moment. Even you can see price since about 1240 has just been in a very super tight range. ES I don't think has moved much out of this kind of 3-point range it's been in. Nasdaq also now kind of just in a 10-point range here since then. So don't overtrade this. Don't get trapped holding any positions. We'll see which way markets want to go if we get that confluence. But at the moment, we're kind of just squeezing here on the 2-minute. We're squeezing on the 5-minute, and we're just seeing very weak bullish momentum on the 15. So we'll see which way things want to go. But at the moment, it is pretty sideways. Seems like only one stock today is moving, and that's Tesla, and that's kind of lifting overall market as well. Okay, so it seems like a slow grind up here continues. We'll see as ES testing session highs, Nasdaq making new highs here on the session. So just a slow push up. Again, not much saying otherwise as momentum longer term is still bullish, but it's happening on very weak short-term momentum and very low conviction. So we continue to grind up until we start to see, sellers step in or, some more volume here. But let's see. Again, next key resistance above on ES. Now, if it continues to hold above 59.27, it's still at 59.44 supply zone. And on Nasdaq, if we continue to hold on this grind up as well, we'll see if it wants to take that 508 level. So, I mean, it's still bullish, but it's just very weak on low momentum. So it's kind of just a slow grind to the upside. guys, so we just hit the 2 p.m. marker here, so we'll see if we get any sort of institutions to come in here towards the close, but as long as we hold this 2-minute trend, seems like this grind up here continues. We'll see if what it does or if it kind of pushes up right into those upper supply zones. Just be cautious here because buying is weak. Doesn't really give us reason to short, but also kind of going long here could be risky as we are coming into the upper supply zone. So keep an eye on that 2-minute trend. We'll see as long as it holds. Do bulls continue to slow grind to the upside? If we do lose it, be careful for some range bound action. If we do see selling pressure pick up, start to see some red bars, UVXY pop to the upside here, or internals hold below 0, then we'll see if we get a bigger back test of ES, those overnight highs, 59.12, and NASDAQ here, 385, 360. So NASDAQ could pull back like 100 points, and it would still count as a higher low on the 15. So pretty crazy stuff. We'll see if this slow grind up here continues this afternoon. We got 2 hours left to go in the market. Overall, we kind of had a strong push this morning on a dip and then a rally. And then since about 10, just been on a slow tear to the upside. But bodes well for our swing plays. CGHC still holding up nicely on that initial move. We'll see. It is a bit concerning that's losing volume, but made a nice move already on the day, up about 4%. We'll see if it wants to continue up towards 917. AGX also made a strong move today on a gap fill reversal. So we'll see if this one continues to hold at 206, 200. Then it get back up to now all-time highs around that 214, 215. And ASM also made a strong move today, holding on a bull flag here now shorter term. We'll see if it can continue to maintain structure. Still seeing good buying coming in at these levels. Alright, HUD pulling back a little bit from session highs. Palantir looking weak, again mentioned, kind of filled that gap, but didn't see a reversal, kind of kept going. So this could be a bit concerning here on Palantir as we also kind of filled that back test. If selling pressure does come in, key support below is that 119, 118. Even HIMS got that gap fill, but no reversal here. It's kind of just slow melting. So in a day where market's pushing higher, kind of concerning that Palantir HIMS not really joining the party. And the gold didn't do much. They put in a double bottom here with neckline around that 3,300 mark, but no clean breaks to the upside. So if it does reject here, it could further fill out this bear flag and be looking for a break below 32.87. And then crude oil also kind of just came down, testing that 60.30 and just holding it. So we'll see if buyers continue to defend, maybe a double bottom gets put in, or if we continue to melt underneath this 60.30 level. All right, so again, just kind of coming in here, seeing just a tough market still. We're seeing some selling volume come in here, so we'll see if we get a break of this 2 minute and if it can give us some follow through. But again, overall, just a very weak market. Got one good trade on the morning long. Kind of wish I held it now with markets kind of continuing to grind up, but managed to get some decent profits. But since then, just a very slow moving move to the upside. So kind of risky, kind of chasing these longs as not really a complete setup. Did get momentary spikes of volume leading to a couple points to the upside, but other than that, it wasn't really, a strong setup here on this, choppy move up. So we'll see what develops. We do have about an hour and 45 minutes left to go here in this market. We'll see if we get any potential maybe selling into the close. We kind of push back into those overnight high levels, or do we just kind of continue to hold on this push up right into those upper supply zones? We'll see. So right now it seems like Nasdaq is kind of slightly dipping away from that up trend here on the 2 minutes. So we'll see if this prior swing high here around 465, 460 can hold. See if we get a push up towards that 508. If not, watch out for chop or potential selling to come in towards that 385 level. It's even UVXY getting very these are some pretty extreme tightness reads here, and just on the internals, seeing a little bit pullback on the text, but just hitting that 0 marker. All right, so we did break this 2-minute uptrend here on the Nasdaq. Typically, we'll see now if it wants to do we chop here, as we are testing 5-minute support in this kind of 450, 440 range. And do we kind of just hold sideways, or do we see now faster selling come in? Right now, it is kind of picking up on the 2-minute time frame, seeing good volume, but let's see if it can on some of these longer time frames as well, and if the internals start to pick up here. So broke 2-minute trend finally. We'll see if the 5-minute trend remains intact here on this 450, 440 level, or do we see some faster selling here now take place? ES also a bit weaker, but also pulling back now, testing this 59.30, 59.27. We'll see if it can hold. Do we get that pushback up towards 59.44, or do sellers step in below towards 59.12? Just a very slow moving market at the moment. It is turning a bit more bearish. We'll see though on the 2-minute, finally starting to get some red bars come in. So we'll see if momentum picks up here to the downside, but looking at the 5 and the 15, just still very weak action. And on these internals as well, just very weak. You do have kind of ADD still holding just flat in positive trend. Volume difference on a slow grind up. UVXY on a slow grind down. Ticks holding near zero. It's pretty much one thing pumping this market today seems like everything's just kind of sideways. If you look across the different tech names and also on the internals that just showed, but one name, Tesla, just rocket shipping to the upside. So hit that 364 level and kind of just holding now here underneath. We'll see if it wants to continue to run, or does it offer a pullback here into the close. But yeah, Tesla kind of has been the only thing really moving today, but the market's kind of just holding sideways for the majority, as according to the internals. And these tech names, they get strong pushes up off the morning, but since then just sideways. Tesla has kind of been the only name just continuously pushing up.
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
Okay, so we'll see what happens towards the close. We have an hour and a half left to go in the market. Might be a bit preemptive, but this is looking kind of like one of those days where we kind of see a slow, kind of low conviction grind up during the session, and then like the last 30 minutes they rip it back down. But we'll see until we get signs for that downside. Don't want to be going short here, based off of expectations. So we'll see if we can get some downside triggers. Again, right now the 2-minute is still looking pretty weak, still seeing red bars come in, so that is giving some notion for downside here. So we want to see a break of this 5-minute uptrend. So ES needs to get back below that 59.30, 59.27. Nasdaq want to see it break this 450 level. So see what happens, but there are some signs for short-term downside here. Again, 2-minute starting to look red, ticks starting to kind of hold here. So we'll see if it can start to give us some volume here on the sell. Alright guys, just give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back. So again, just still continue to watch these support levels, 59.27, 21.451. If they hold, we'll see if bulls can attempt a push to the upside, but short term it does seem like bears are stepping in here, so we'll see if they can, if selling volume comes in, if we get a break below. So keep an eye on ES 59.27. On the Nasdaq here at this 21.450. If they hold, we'll see if we can retest session highs and then those upper supply zones. If selling volume does come in below, we'll see if we get that push towards overnight and London highs. So just give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back.
Hello, Harvey.
All right, let's see. Getting a bit of a stronger pullback here now. Still getting bearish momentum on the 2 minute. It is looking a bit stronger on the NQ, so we'll see if it can give us a break and hold underneath now this 450 level. See if we get volume to pick up towards 385, 360 below. ES here again, a bit weaker on this move, but we'll see if it can give this continuation. Does it break 59.30, 59.27? So a bit slow moving, but bears are stepping in, attempting to kind of break this 5 minute trend. So we'll see if we can get some follow through here. Still very weak on volatility. All we're really seeing is 2 minute kind of momentum to the downside. We're still squeezed here on the 5 and the 15. And these internals are still pretty weak as well. Kind of slightly bullish looking at ADD and VLD, and just sideways chop looking at the tick indicator. So we'll see what happens here. We do have about 15 minutes till the kickoff of power hour, so we'll see if we get any end of day volatility. Short term, 2 minute, it is looking a bit bearish, but overall just a very still choppy day. Alright, so again, this market right now is so slow. Doesn't even look like it's moving at times. You can see that we're kind of just stuck here at these price levels. So we'll see what happens. We are coming into now power hour in about 4 minutes, so last hour of the trading session. I will say things are starting to look a bit more bearish on this descent as we're starting to see some red bars come in here on the ES on the 2-minute and on the 5-minute as well. So we'll see if we get a bit of a pullback here during power hour or if buyers continue to defend. I mean, it is kind of pushing lower, but it is very slow moving. So we'll see what happens here. Right now, you do have NASDAQ underneath that 450 level. If it can hold, we'll see if we get a breakdown towards 385. ES here needs to kind of dip below that 59.27 if you want to see some further downside as well. And looking at some of these internals, I mean, on the 2-minute, you do have some bearishness coming in. Same with the 5-minute now as well. But it is still relatively weak here on the 15, and these internals are also pretty weak, and volatility is pretty much non-existent. So you don't really have the backing from the kind of backdrop of the market, but it seems like buyers have lost steam here a little bit. So we'll see what happens here during power hour. Even most of these tech names, again, not really seeing much movement currently, and you have a little bit of a drawback on Tesla here as well. Alright guys, so we hit power hour, so the last 60 minutes to go here on the session. Seems like we are getting some downside here coming in at the
Market
start
data
kickoff of power
connection
hour. So we'll
lost.
see if we get increased volume. So far NASDAQ still holding underneath 450. We'll see if it wants to
Market data
continue
connection
underneath the
re-established.
430 level to then test that 400, 385. ES here also now pulling back a little bit. We'll see as it is tagging that 59.27. Do we get a dip continuation to the downside, or does it hold as support? Let's see. Some strong volume came in here to kick off the power hour session. We'll see if we get follow through. All right, so not much follow through here from the bears. Kind of got that initial downside reaction, but bulls coming quick to defend. So didn't get much volatility nor internal spike, just ES defending 59.27 and NQ defending that 430 level here as well. Okay, guys, we'll see here now retesting support. We'll see if we get a break. Again, ES back at this 59.27 level, and NASDAQ right back at this 430. From this price action, we are getting kind of lower highs here on the 2-minute time frame, so we are kind of in this short-term downtrend, but it is still pretty weak. We're still kind of just squeezing on the 2-minute now, kind of showing some slight downside. Also on the 5-minute, showing some slight downside, but weak on the 15, and we're not really getting much conviction in this market. You still got ADD and kind of bullish trend territory, but you do have ticks kind of slightly holding underneath or near that zero marker. So not much conviction. That's why we're kind of really seeing some follow through here. But on the 2-minute, we are getting lower highs. So we'll see if we do break support, can we get volume to come in, retest those overnight highs, or do we just hold here again? So let's see. We have about 45 minutes until the close. Again, has been a very choppy, after, I think after about 10 o'clock, market just kind of slowed down. For the most part, it was grinding up, and then kind of during power hour now kind of flipped to the downside. But overall, just very weak conviction after. We kind of got some morning volatility, the initial prior to the open downside move, and then bounce off the London low, and then since then, just very slow action. All right, guys, so with about 30 minutes left to go in the market, we'll do a quick check on kind of news coming out in the overnight session. So we do have some numbers coming out during the kind of Asian market session. We do have Australia and New Zealand coming out with their interest rate decisions as well as CPI numbers. So we'll see how those come out, see if it creates any movement during the Asian market session. Over the London session and overnight, there isn't really much on the calendar. And even during the New York session tomorrow, there really isn't much. I think the next major headline, unless granted any Trump news comes out, will be Nvidia earnings, and they are set to report tomorrow after the close. So we'll see. Hopefully tomorrow is a bit more volatile than today, given with Nvidia earnings. We'll see hopefully some volume return to the market. We also are coming off of the long weekend Memorial Day, so markets could still be in sort of a hangover effect, as we did see some volatility this morning, and then it really died down after that consumer confidence number. So we'll see how it plays out overnight. I mean, on the kind of weekly outlook, we did reclaim some major levels, and we are holding, right? So we'll see as the kind of higher low on the daily time frame is intact with this push up in markets. So we'll see if it continues to hold on into the overnight. Some key levels I'll be watching sort of into the close and in the overnight session on ES will be 5,900. As long as we hold above, we could see kind of market maintain uptrend, see if it wants to get above that May 21st sell we had, that upper supply zone. And on NASDAQ, key level I'll be watching is this 385, 360. If we continue to hold above there, we'll see if, again, this higher move is intact. See if we get a push up into that 21,508 supply zone. So today was a pretty good day for bulls. Again, made a strong recovery in the morning, but after that, just very low volume. So we'll see how things want to close off. We got about 30 minutes left to go in the market. Kind of just holding at these support levels, NQ in between, kind of right in between that 430, 450 range. So we'll see if it can get back above 450, try to make a push for session highs. If not, we'll see if this 2-minute downtrend continues underneath that 430 level. And ES, you can see kind of also developing the swing high, swing low right above this 59.27 level. We'll see if we can get a push above 59.33. If 59.27 does break, look for a push towards that 59.12. But we'll see what happens here, guys. 30 minutes left to go in the close. It has been a pretty slow grind to the upside. I'm starting to see some sort of downside pressure here as the 2-minute is still kind of leaning bearish. Starting to also see now the 50-minute kind of squeeze. We'll see if that flips, as the 5-minute is also kind of holding bearish. So we'll see if we get any movement here in the last 30 minutes. Just note that it is still pretty weak. We still got pretty low reads here on the internals. Tick still kind of sideways. ADD VOD still holding up bullish, and UVXY just very slow. All right, we'll do a quick update on some of the other names as well. So SGHC again, made a strong push today, kind of just holding right at this next resistance level, 875. So I want to see what it does in the overnight session. Can it hold on this break as we are coming into some resistance? Do we get that continuation up towards that all-time high level? We'll see, but did make a good break off this downtrend day today. We'll see though, as it seems kind of mixed with buying and selling volume coming in. So we'll see if it holds. AGX also made a strong showing today on the gap fill reversal, now back to the upside. We'll see, as it is kind of below the pre-market move. If it can hold 206, 200 into the post-market pre-market session, we'll see if this one can continue to give us a run in the tomorrow session. Credo also doing nicely, still holding up, chipping away at that overhead supply. So pretty good sign here. If it does continue to hold 61.55, could even potentially fill that gap. We'll see then if buyers want to come back into this one. Still seeing good buying pressure on the money profile, but given today was a pretty low volume day, not too bad as it is holding underneath some key resistance. ASM, this one continues to go, made new highs on the day as well. So congrats. If you guys are still holding this one, just remember, keep trailing your stops. We'll see how far it wants to go, but really nice move here on ASM. We'll see kind of still got supports at that $3, $3.05 range. Good buying pressure on the money profile as well, so we'll see if this one continues to push here. Hood, again, most tech names didn't really do much today. You got Hood, you got Palantir facing some downside, coming back into those moving averages. So we'll see. Again, with all these tech names, I think it will be crucial to see how NVIDIA reports tomorrow. And again, if anything surprising comes out, it could be a potential market move, right? Because of how much NVIDIA is positioned in the S&P as well as in the NASDAQ. If there are any sort of big moves or any big surprises, you tend to see the market move as a whole as well. So pretty much like, again, NVIDIA and the Meg 7 names tend to kind of have that effect. So we'll see how it reports tomorrow. But again, Palantir, Hood, Uber will all catch kind of wins from that. Also looking at some of the other sort of semi names, you got AMD that could catch wins from NVIDIA earnings, as well as SOXX, which is the semiconductor ETF, SMH, which is also the other semiconductor ETF. So far held up pretty nicely in today's action, but we'll see after NVIDIA reporting tomorrow how some of these names hold up. The quantum names did see pullbacks today, right, which is a bit concerning given that the overall market pushed higher, so not really showing that relative strength, but these names did make significant strides last week off of D-Wave and IonQ news. So we'll see if they can try to retrace or hold on to that longer term uptrend. So a little bit of pullback isn't anything to get worried about. Is if we start to see continued selling with volume, then we'll be a bit more concerned with these names. EQT didn't do much today, natural gas provider, so it's not going to really have much movement in price. So still maintaining in this longer term consolidation, doing well, holding above that 10 EMA. HIMS a bit concerning as we did kind of see that gap fill, but no enthusiasm from bulls coming in to push it back up. So we are kind of seeing this slow grind to the downside here. We'll see if HIMS does continue to push lower, kind of find support around that $50, $51 marker, try to then push back up above the 10 EMA, or do we see further selling coming on this one? And Rocket Lab, this one also made a strong push up today, made a nice move right into this longer term consolidation. So we'll see if bulls want to continue to hold on. Is this where we kind of get some sort of cup base or some sort of consolidation to then see if we get this cup and handle breakout? But strong move today as well. We'll see if it can continue to hold. There is some selling pressure in this range, and you do have a sell wall up here as mentioned earlier, but it seems like it is kind of chipping away at that. So if we can hold, potentially get some consolidation or potentially have a break retest, we'll see if Rocket Lab here wants to continue going. Good volume on today's session here as well on this breakout. And the last one, Technoglass, also got a strong breakout today. Not really on the kind of nice volume that we can see. So this is kind of the 10-week average here I have on volume. Typically you want to see stuff like this where you get a breakout and then the volume is above the kind of average. Right now we did get a breakout, but not really on strong volume, right? You see in the past here, we're kind of getting more selling pressure in these candles versus the buying that came in this candle. So nice price move, just not really supported with that volume as of yet. So we'll see if it can hold this 87, 85.50. Does it make a push here towards that all-time high level? We'll see. Okay. Looks like Remitly didn't break out. Some of these other names just kind of seeing some sideways action today as well. So we'll see what develops. I think again tomorrow we got Nvidia earnings and we got GDP, we got PCE. So definitely a lot of volatility still to be had in this week. I think today we kind of just got a sort of hangover effect from the long weekend in America. So hopefully tomorrow we get some better action. So we'll see. Oh, and looking at crude oil, didn't really do much on the day. Saw some downside early, and then we kind of just held at the 60-30 level, attempting a bounce, so maintaining this longer term consolidation. And looking at gold, also made a strong bounce here, so came down, tested support, now attempting a pull to the upside. So overnight, we'll be watching this 32.87, 32.75. If that continues to hold, we'll see if bulls can try to make a push here to the upside in this range. Okay. Going back to markets, we'll see what happens here. We're still kind of just floating around these support levels. Did get a minor break to the downside, but looks like bulls defended quickly on that 330 candle. Pretty decent volume coming in after 330, but we'll see what happens here towards the close. If you are in any positions, just watch out for that 350 candle coming up in about 7 minutes, and then we hit the close.
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.
All right, so again, just be careful if you are holding any positions. We got about under a minute now till that 350 candle, so we'll see how it prints here. Yeah, we got a pretty strong spike in volume in kind of last 30 minutes here, but not really any sort of price movement. So we'll see what this 350 candle here brings. All right, guys. So with this sort of end of day kind of push up here, I think I'm gonna close up shop. Hope you guys all had a good day today. It was a pretty choppy sort of second half of the session after 10 a.m. That consumer confidence number, we kind of just slowly grinded to the upside and then slowly grinded a bit lower here. So hopefully you guys were able to kind of profit on that morning move. Hopefully tomorrow we also get some better volatility with Nvidia set to report after the close. So hope you guys all had a good session. Have a good rest of your day, everybody, and I will see you back again for markets tomorrow. Thanks. Hello, Pete.
Hello, how are you?
You're good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Mm. How's the market today?
Slow. Not much movement. We did see some upside early, but then after that, just kind of slowed down.
And have you cashed any swing trade?
No, just managing our close ones. Got some nice moves. ASM, AGX moved up nicely today.
Yeah, AGX moved nicely.
Yeah. So just didn't really add anything. Just managing.
Okay.
This company I'm looking to add, SGHC. They're kind of an online gambling company. I'll share my screen just.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah. So on this one, I'm watching because it gave a nice breakout of this downtrend and good volume too on the move.
Okay.
So watching this one, it's an online like gambling company,
Mm-hmm.
but they're getting some positive headwinds. They have good growth projected in Canada as well as Africa. Their American division wasn't doing so well, but they kind of spinned it around. So we'll see if it holds.
Okay.
Yeah, and then AGX did well today on a nice break.
Yeah, I missed actually these ones. AGX was in my portfolio,
Yeah.
not for long term, but yeah, I was holding it for swing trade, but uh, I exited my positions on that day when it was down day. So,
Yeah, it was tough because like I wanted to see a bit more of a base develop here, but it was just like constantly just going.
hmm. Okay, so any breakout stocks today?
I didn't see any besides CGHC. I didn't really see any strong breakouts.
Mm, any stocks from market search or?
I didn't get to do my. I didn't. Yeah. So I don't
Mm,
usually do that during the market. Like typically in the evening, then I'll look at.
okay, okay.
Yeah, so like it's very different. This
Let
morning
me.
we can talk about like HIMS, like on the pullback was holding up pretty well. Rocket Lab also got a nice move to the upside today. So we talk about that one. Technoglass we mentioned also.
Yeah.
This could be
So
TGLS could be a strong break. We could talk about that. Definitely break up
yeah,
today.
it have my stop loss actually on the on that candle like when it came back.
Oh, this one.
Not the other one. On the left. Yeah, this one.
This. Oh, okay. This
So
one.
in this one, what I'm seeing like TXRH, it's not that good. So after that, is IBKR.
IBKR.
Yeah, IBKR.
Yeah, on it you got a cup handle here. And this your cup. A bit of a handle. Breakout today. Yeah.
Yeah, IBKR. So and then TSM.
TSM.
Yeah, TSM.
Yeah. Yeah, we could talk about the semiconductors as well. Nvidia earnings tomorrow is going to be a big, so that would definitely impact TSM, AMD. I'll get move from that.
Okay. Okay, so we will discuss these ones. So first we will discuss about like tariff tension update.
Okay.
So European Union, it like delay of 50% European Union.
Yep.
Both sides agree to fast track trade deals. So then bond and metal reaction risk on sentiment leads to falling bond price and gold. Investors shift into equities. Economic data, durable goods order fell 6.3, better than expected. Expectations of minus 7.8. So positive surprise helped sustain market optimization.
We also consumer confidence as well this morning.
Yeah, so Bitcoin rise on the news that Trump media DJT will create a Bitcoin treasury,
Yep.
and
They're putting 2 billion, right? Or something.
yeah, DJT stock fell. MicroStrategy stock rose after making a major Bitcoin purchase. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, marketing shift. Now markets in doctor office and made. Okay, so okay, yeah. So we will discuss about all these stuff. Have you checked the video I posted?
Yeah, I did. It was really well done. Yeah, nice. It was good. The visuals are nice. You like it was clear. It's nice.
Yeah, I try to yeah, the editing thing, yeah, it was taking a lot of time actually.
Yeah, that's like the worst part. And like you're even doing like the sound editing, right? So
Yeah.
that takes, I think that's the worst part of it.
So yeah, I also attended that workshop, AI workshop. So I learned many AI tools. In this one, I try to like use some music, some sound effects, not music, but yeah, in future I'll find some music to use.
Nice. No, it was a really good video.
Okay, thank you. So okay, so we will discuss about there's a stock IBD stock of the day CEG
CEG.
buy point 296.17.
Oh, okay. I think I saw this earlier as well. Mm, It does look pretty strong coming out of this kind of flat base breakout.
Mm,
Have some consolidation up here. Hmm. We
okay.
could see. Yeah, we'll talk about.
Okay, I'm gonna start. Oh, I think it didn't give me code for the day. Uh, do you have any?
Quote. We could search one up.
Yeah. Actually, I in the short term market is a voting machine, but in long term it's a weighing machine.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I was working late night yesterday, so I have my class.
Oh, nice. It was a late night for me too, but for the opposite reasons. I was at a concert downtown.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was a long night.
Yeah, after class I was working late night. When I came home, I uploaded the video and scheduled it.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
nice.
so yeah, after that I wake up late today. I was doing so. I thought yeah, I can record the video and upload and schedule it, and then I can work like late night.
Nice. Hustling, hustling.
Mm, I can't find any code. Uh, okay, so I will. Is it okay? Like this code in the short term market is voting machine, but in long term it is a weighing machine.
Yeah.
So is it okay if you explain this? Like, do you know what's the?
Um, so like short term sentiment, you see buyers and sellers, but longer term, the data prevails or something.
Let me
Oh, okay.
see. I can tell you. Okay, so in short term, stock price move based on popularity, market sentiments, news, and emotions. Just in election, most popular stocks get more votes, even if it doesn't deserve it based on fundamentals. And over time, the market weighs the true value of the company based on the fundamentals, earnings, cash flow, business models, and management. Stocks that really strong, profitable, rise in value. Weak companies eventually fall despite short-term, despite short-term popularity. Podcast distracted by short-term noise. In the long term, the truth come out. Focus on the strong business and let time do the work.
Okay. I think that fits well too with the times. Like short term, you're seeing Trump news coming in, moving markets up and down. But longer
Yeah.
term, companies that have strong fundamentals and good relative strength will the ones that prevail.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna start. ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਇੱਕ ਵੋਟਿੰਗ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਦੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ, ਤੇ ਪਰ ਲੌਂਗ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਇਹ ਭਾਰ ਤੋਲਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਦੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ। ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਨਵੀਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਹਰਵੀਰ ਸੋਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹਾਂ। ਤੇ ਹਰਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਕੋਟ ਆ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਐਕਸਪਲੇਨ ਕਰੋ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਉਹ ਵੋਟਿੰਗ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਤੇ ਲੌਂਗ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਵੇਇੰਗ ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਦੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ।
Yeah, Harpreet, I think that's a beautiful quote to kind of explain the current situation that markets are in. Kind of short term, we see that voting mechanism going on when you have Trump dropping constant news. Like one day, 90% tariffs are on the market. The other day, the tariffs are being delayed for another couple months. So with this kind of short term news coming in and out, you're seeing a lot of fluctuations in price. But in that longer term, companies that have strong fundamentals, off a strong base, and are showing relative strength are the ones that can prevail over time. So definitely a good quote fitting our times. I think short term we're seeing a lot of fluctuations in this market, especially. We kind of saw downside Friday and then reversed upside on the Monday. But the longer term, if you still companies that have that relative strength, have that fundamentals, you'll be safer in the long run.
ਜੀ ਜੀ, ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਹੀ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟਾਕਸ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੋਪੂਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ, ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਸੈਂਟੀਮੈਂਟ, ਨਿਊਜ਼, ਇਮੋਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੈਂਡੀਡੇਟ ਵੀ ਪੋਪੂਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿੱਤ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਸ ਲਾਇਕ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਤੇ ਪਰ ਲੌਂਗ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਆ ਉਹਨੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਟਰੂ ਵੈਲਿਊ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸਲ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਫੰਡਾਮੈਂਟਲਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ। ਤੇ ਲੌਂਗ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਆ ਉਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਹੀ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਕਿ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਆ, ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਫਲਕਚੁਏਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਆ, ਪਰ ਲੌਂਗ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਚਾਹੇ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਆ ਤੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਆ, ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਹੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਜੀ। ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਆ ਉਹ ਯੂਰੋਪੀਅਨ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਦਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਟੈਰਿਫ ਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 50% ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਡਿਲੇ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਈ ਆ। ਕੁਛ ਵੀ ਟੈਕਨੀਕਲੀ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ, ਕੁਛ ਟੈਕਨੀਕਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਕਹਿ ਲਈਏ, ਉਹ ਕੁਛ ਵੀ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਕੰਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯੂਜ਼ਫੁਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦੀ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਖੁਦ ਨੂੰ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਲੌਂਗ ਦੀਆਂ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਕੁਛ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਟਾਪ ਲਾਸ ਹਿੱਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਦੀਆਂ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਲਈਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ, ਜਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਲੌਂਗ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟਾਪ ਲਾਸ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਿੱਟ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਆ। ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸੇਫ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ। ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਇਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਕਿ 50% ਯੂਰੋਪੀਅਨ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਟੈਰਿਫ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਫਾਸਟ ਟਰੈਕ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਜਲਦੀ ਹੀ। ਇਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਫੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਧਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਈ ਆ। ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਪਲੇਨ ਕਰਿਓ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਇੰਪੈਕਟ ਪਿਆ ਤੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨਸ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਮੈਨੇਜ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ।
Yeah, I will start off by saying that this isn't our normal market that we're seeing, right? It's very Trump driven. I think if there's any traders here who traded the last Trump term, we're seeing something very similar where the market could be kind of doing nothing, just moving sideways, and then a Trump post on Truth Social at 7 a.m. could lift things up or destroy things, right? So in this environment, it is definitely high risk, right? You can never really fully prepare for these events. They do come out, from right or left field sometimes. So the best way is just make sure you have good risk management, right? And I know technical sometimes could be kind of unreliable given this market environment, but by having those supported bases to kind of give you parameters can still be helpful for the long term. You can also kind of undergo some other risk mitigation factors by, sizing down or, entering positions like periodically, like do some pyramid building rather than going full throttle like right out the gates.
ਜੀ, ਤੇ ਚਾਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਐਕਸਪਲੇਨ ਕਰੋ ਕਿ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰੋਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੁੱਲ ਬੈਕ ਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਰੈਜ਼ਿਸਟੈਂਸ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ।
Yeah, so key levels to watch for, again, surprising, right? Last week we got hitting with some negative news, right? Last week on May 21st, we got that news that the 20-year auction bond didn't go so well, and as well as additional chip curves being placed on Nvidia as well as Broadcom, and this kind of sent markets lower, right? And then on that Friday in the morning, we got that news from Trump saying that he's putting the tariffs on the EU set for June 1st, but now, and then we also had the news that the market kind of took negatively and started pushing to the downside, right? Then over the weekend, Trump sort of went back on that, saying now they'll be delayed till I think July 9th was what he was saying. So that kind of caused this additional upside. And we also had data come out this morning. We had durable sales good, which came up better than expected, as well as consumer confidence numbers, which came up better than expected. So both those data points adding some positive headwinds for the market to the upside. and defending well. So key levels that kind of mentioned to watch to see if this bounce can hold is sort of that 200-day moving average, which we got at that 5809 level, as well as the 21-day EMA, which is at this 5787. So both those levels defended pretty well on that Friday move. We got that initial move to the downside, we got a close above, and in today's action we defended pretty nicely here. So going forward, watching to see if these levels continue to hold. Does this become sort of a higher low opportunity on the S&P 500? Do we see that push up towards last week's highs and potentially continue this rally, or do we see that dip potential? So again, keep a close eye. The 200-day, the 21, we defended pretty nicely in today's session, but we do have some catalysts coming up in this week that could, change things pretty quickly.
ਜੀ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਹੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੈਵਲਸ ਆ ਉਹ 200 ਮੂਵਿੰਗ ਡੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ 200 ਡੇ ਦਾ ਮੂਵਿੰਗ ਐਵਰੇਜ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਧਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਕੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਨੂੰ ਥੱਲੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਪੁਸ਼ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੂਡੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਕਿ ਮੂਡੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਡਾਊਨਗ੍ਰੇਡ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਰਿਆ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਨੂੰ AAA ਤੋਂ AA1 ਤੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਪਰ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟਡ ਇਹ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ 4 ਤੋਂ 5% ਦਾ ਡਾਊਨਸਾਈਡ ਮੂਵ ਆ ਸਕਦਾ ਉਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਮੂਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ ਜੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੋਸਟਲੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਟਰੰਪ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਹੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਟਿਕਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਪਰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਟਾਈਮ ਕੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ 4 ਸਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ 4 ਸਾਲ ਉਸ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਹੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਟੈਕਨੀਕਲਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਉਣਗੇ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੁਛ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਡਿਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਬਜਾਏ ਕਿ ਡੇਟਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਾਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਕੁਛ ਟਾਈਮ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਉਹ ਸਟੇਬਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਵੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਵੇ
To be honest, I don't think so. I think it's only been 3 months or 4 months in that Trump term. I think we still have a bumpy, 3.5 years still ahead of us. So I don't think we'll see sort of normalcy kind of return to the market. I think we'll always be dealing with this volatility coming to the upside or to the downside, right? We still have a lot of things in the political landscape that are going on, right? There's still a U.S.-China trade war going on. The Republicans are trying to push their tax bill. We have the kind of Fed fighting with the president over the interest rate discussion. So I don't think that volatility is going away anytime soon. But as long as we kind of maintain our levels, I think in this market we kind of just have to deal with a heightened level of volatility. I think it's going to be the norm for the next couple years.
ਜੀ ਤੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਪੁਸ਼ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਰਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪੈਸਾ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਕੁਇਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਇਆ ਵੋਲੀਅਮ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਘਟ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੌਂਡ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸ ਤੇ ਗੋਲਡ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਕੀ ਉਹ ਇਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਿਸਕ ਔਨ ਸੈਂਟੀਮੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਜਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕਾਰਨ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ
Yeah, I think with gold and the bonds, what we're seeing is definitely that. We're seeing that rotation kind of out of these into some of your equities, some of your more risk-on type of assets, especially coming off this news, right? If you look at gold future prices here on the screen, you can see that on the kind of Friday session, when these tariffs were put into place, that kind of fear sentiment was driven back into the market, and we did see a strong push up. But with that kind of removed over the weekend, we saw it kind of falter back to the downside. So seeing a bit of that rotation out of gold, into some of the equities, into some of your more risk-on assets. We also had that news with Bitcoin today as well with DGT, the Trump media company, setting up, I think it was $2 billion reserves for Bitcoin. So we're also seeing that rotation coming out of gold and into things like BTC as well.
ਜੀ ਜੀ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਬਿਟਕੋਇਨ ਦੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਥੋੜਾ ਪੁੱਲ ਬੈਕ ਇਹਨੇ ਵੀ ਬਿਟਕੋਇਨ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਤੇ ਟਰੰਪ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ DJT ਸਟਾਕ ਆ DJT ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਦਿਨ ਸੀਗਾ DJT ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਥੱਲੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਜਦ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਟਕੋਇਨ ਟ੍ਰੈਜਰੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਬਣਾਵਾਂਗੇ DJT ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਡਾਊਨ ਸਾਈਡ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ DJT ਨੇ ਉਹ ਨੈਗੇਟਿਵ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਆ ਇਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੂੰ
Well, adding kind of a Bitcoin reserve does offer more risk to the company. So I think that's why we're kind of seeing that downside in today's session, right? Because it is a large sort of cash commitment, right? So it does hurt the company financially to the downside, taking that huge risk, creating that uncertainty in that future stock price. So we'll see what it does. If you look at DJT here currently, also kind of faced just a technical rejection off of that 200-day moving average right into now the 50-day as support. So we'll see how it can resolve out of this range, but this news is pretty negative if you take it initially, just because again it is a huge cash commitment, so they are putting that move into Bitcoin, which could also raise some uncertainty in the stock as well.
ਜੀ ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਟਾਕਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਜੇ ਮੂਵ ਹੋਈਏ ਤਾਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਐਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਚਰਚਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਵੈਡਨਸਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਆਫਟਰ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਾਫੀ ਕਲੋਜ਼ਲੀ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਗਰੋਥ ਐਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੀ CEO ਦੀ ਕਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ CEO ਦੀ ਕਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਐਕਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ, ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਰਾ ਹੀ ਸੈਮੀਕੰਡਕਟਰ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਆ, ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ SMH ਸੈਮੀਕੰਡਕਟਰ ਟਿਕਰ ਆ, ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਮ, AMD ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਕੰਪਨੀਜ਼ ਆ, ਉਹ 'ਚ ਹਿਲਜੁਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦੀ ਆ। ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਐਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਸਟਾਕ ਨੂੰ, ਤੇ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟ ਕਰੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ?
Nvidia will be a fun one to watch tomorrow. In today's action, we did see a lot of buying volume come into Nvidia, so I think a lot of the investors or traders are expecting a good reaction off of their earnings. Again, I mentioned earlier, if you asked me a couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't say that Nvidia is having these good earnings. They do have a lot of negative outlook. You know, when the kind of US put on those regulations on the kind of chips that could be sold to China, that really hurt them negatively. But since then, they've been getting some positive headwinds, right? They got that Qatar deal for their semiconductors. They also are recently have designed now a third chip that they can use to kind of bypass those US regulations to sell chips to China. So since then, have been getting some positive headwinds to the upside. We'll see how their earnings report tomorrow. As you mentioned, it is kind of a big player in the Meg 7 names, probably one of the biggest names. So if it does react or does come out with any surprises, I think we will see a market move as a whole. In terms of how the earnings come out, I think they do kind of, Nvidia has this sort of, this pattern where they do beat on those revenues, they do beat on earnings, and they do meet their expectations. But I think because the Wall Street, because of the trader, has such high expectations on Nvidia, they sometimes do tend to miss on that guidance. So we'll see how they kind of report tomorrow. I do think they beat on the earnings, but that guidance will be key. You know, how do they deal with those the China-US tariffs? What impact is that having on their bottom line? And what work are they doing to kind of really get around that so that it doesn't really affect those revenues and their net profits?
ਜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀ ਸੀ, ਤੇ ਦਵਿੰਦਰ ਭਾਜੀ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪਲੇ ਕਰਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਅਪਸਾਈਡ ਵਾਲੀ, ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪਲੇ ਕਰਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਅਪਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਅੱਜ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਪਸਾਈਡ ਮੂਵ ਇਸ ਸਟਾਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਜੇ ਸੇਫ ਪਲੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ SMH ਜਿਹੜਾ ETF ਸੈਮੀਕੰਡਕਟਰ ਦਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਐਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸੈਮੀਕੰਡਕਟਰ ਹੀ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਪੁਸ਼ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਸੋ SMH ਇੱਕ ਕਾਫੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਲੇ ਕਰਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ, SMH ਜਾਂ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਮ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਸਟਾਕ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਨਾਲ?
Yeah, for sure. I got this on watch as well. SMH for sure is kind of one of the main semiconductor ETFs, also setting up in a pretty good base above the 200 day. So we'll see if that one wants to continue to rally. Another stock I'll be watching also kind of in the semi space is AMD, right? So typically AMD also tends to catch positive headwinds if Nvidia reports as well. And then right now it is also giving us a pretty good technical setup here on a retest of that 21-day EMA. So held up today as well, pretty nice move. It will start to move in sympathy with Nvidia, so we'll see how they report tomorrow. Maybe if it does come out positive or does have a good effect on the overall industry, this one could push up towards that 200-day, which is around 126.
ਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਹੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ AMD ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੇ ਪੋਜ਼ੀਟਿਵ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ 200 ਡੇ ਮੂਵਿੰਗ ਐਵਰੇਜ ਤੱਕ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਪੁਸ਼ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਸਕਦਾ। ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਮ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀ ਸੀਗੀ, ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਧੀਆ ਕੱਪ ਐਂਡ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਇੱਕ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਆਊਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉੱਪਰ ਨੂੰ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਗਾ। ਕਨਫਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਐਨਵੀਡੀਆ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਮਿਲੇ। ਤੇ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਸਟਾਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਊਂਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ, ਟੈਸਲਾ ਨੇ, ਇਲਨ ਮਸਕ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਪੋਲੀਟਿਕਸ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਫੋਕਸ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਕ ਵਹੀਕਲਸ 'ਤੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਟੋਨੋਮਸ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਆਟੋਨਮੀ ਕਾਰਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ। ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਉਸੇ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਆ ਉਹ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਲਨ ਮਸਕ ਵਾਪਸ ਟੈਸਲਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਇਨੋਵੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ, ਤਾਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਟੈਸਲਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਪਸਾਈਡ ਵਧੀਆ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਵੇ?
Yeah, so I agree definitely with that. It seems like as kind of Elon further, says his commitment towards Tesla, for reaffirming that he'll be with the company for the next 5 years. In this particular growth, he was also over the weekend, touting about the robo-taxi event and how it's going to be a huge success in June. So it seems like market sentiment in Tesla is from the upside based off that news. Out of all sort of the major tech names, Tesla had sort of the biggest move today, offering a strong breakout with volume out of a potential bull flag. So want to see if there's potential continuation in this name. Kind of surprising also, Tesla did come out with sales reports this morning that they missed in their sort of EU division. So with that miss, it seems like didn't really impact it too negatively. Seems like that commentary from Elon, his further commitment in the company, lifting markets up higher. So we'll see if it wants to continue. Again, we kind of have this prior resistance from February 19th acting as a strong area for sellers. And in today's action, we did see sort of a bull flag potential for a breakout with good volume. So we'll see how this reacts tomorrow. As mentioned, Nvidia will be a key thing to watch for as it is a huge market mover. So if it does come up bullish, we'll see if that can continue to add some bullish pressure here on the overall market as well. But good breakout today from a bull flag, getting above some prior resistance. We'll see if it can hold on to that momentum.
ਜੀ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਆਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਔਕਟਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਵੀ ਬੀਟ ਕਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਬੀਟ ਕਰਿਆ, ਪਰ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਾਈਡੈਂਸ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੋਵੇ, ਸਟਾਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ 11.5% ਥੱਲੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਸਲਾਈਡ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ। ਆਫਟਰ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਸਟਾਕ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜਾ 127 ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਟਰੇਡ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਹੁਣ 111 ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਟਰੇਡ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਆਫਟਰ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਥੱਲੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਸਲਾਈਡ ਹੋਇਆ ਜੀ?
Yeah, so this is definitely a bit concerning. I will have to do a bit more deep dive into their earnings report to see what was being said in that transcript, what sort of guidance is being reported as well. But yeah, this is pretty concerning as on not only are we kind of seeing strong selling volume, strong selling range happening, it is happening on pretty strong volume as well. So if this does continue into kind of tomorrow's session, a key level we'll be watching is that 50-day, which is currently around 110. We're seeing sort of a direct test off these earnings right into that level. So we'll see if price can hold up. Need to get back above that 118 for upside. But as long as we hold under, there could be a bit more of a pullback. So we'll have to do a bit more deep dive into what those earnings were saying. But it doesn't really look so good here looking at this price action.
ਜੀ ਜੀ, ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਪਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗਾਈਡੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਗਲਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਸੀਗਾ 2026 ਦਾ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਪਰ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਘਟਾਇਆ ਹੈਗਾ 3.23 ਤੋਂ 2.28 ਦੀ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 3.20 ਪਰ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਅਰਨਿੰਗਸ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਟਾਕ ਇਹ ਥੱਲੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਸੋ ਕੋਈ ਸਟਾਕ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਆਊਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ? ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵਧੀਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਗਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਆਊਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ? ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਕ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਸਟਾਕ ਹੈਗਾ CEG। ਇਹ ਕਾਫੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਆ, ਇਨਰਜੀ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ। ਇਹ ਕੱਪ ਐਂਡ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਬਣ ਰਿਹਾ ਗਾ 296.17 ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਇਹਦਾ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਆਊਟ ਬਣਦਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਵੋਲੀਅਮ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਨਿਊਕਲੀਅਰ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉੱਪਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਫੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਪੁਸ਼ ਕਰਿਆ ਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਇਹ AI ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਕੁਛ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਵਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਇਸ ਸਟਾਕ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਆਊਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਹੋਵੇ?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like stocks in the nuclear energy kind of industry right now because it is gaining positive headwinds. I think there is sort of demand going into that industry with the increase of sort of AI infrastructure being built in America. So definitely a strong breakout today given the overall market conditions. We'll see if it can hold up, right? So you do have that cup and handle forming. We did get a break out of this consolidation to the upside with good volume on the money profile. So we'll see if things can hold up in tomorrow's session. Right now, just a bit concerning looking at sort of these volume bars. There's a bit more selling coming in than buying. So if price can hold these breakouts, we'll see if we can get above this sort of sell wall around 316, 329 for then that continuation to the upside there. But so far, good breakout. We'll see if we get that test of upper resistance.
ਜੀ ਜੀ, ਇਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਵਾਰ ਇਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਰੋਬਿਨਹੁੱਡ। ਰੋਬਿਨਹੁੱਡ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੋਂ ਉਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਬੈਠਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਉਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀਕਲੀ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਡੇਲੀ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਤੋੜਨ ਦੀ ਕਗਾਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ ਵੱਧਦਾ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਗਾ। ਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਕੈਟਲਿਸਟ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਵੇਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਾਂ ਕੀ ਇਹਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਾਰਨ ਲੱਗਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਦਾ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਆਊਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ 67.13 ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਜੀ।
Yeah. I mean, it could be. It already had a pretty strong run up from sort of this double bottom breakout to the upside. So a bit of consolidation here would be normal and something we would like to see if we want to get that continuation back to the upside. And it could be very much waiting for a catalyst. I think there is a three-day Bitcoin event happening currently, and Robinhood CEO is expected to speak at this event. I think sometime tomorrow or the day after tomorrow they will be speaking. So that definitely could act as a catalyst on Hood if they start to make some additional comments on that Bitcoin space. Maybe they're offering new products or something like that could lift it to the upside. So definitely could be waiting for that catalyst. Still maintaining good structure here inside this consolidation as long as it kind of holds above the 60 marker or even the 21-day at 57.80. We'll see if it can continue to maintain structure, give us that handle, and then really need to see a break above that 67, 68 all-time high level for the continuation. But
ਜੀ, ਕਿਹੜਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਵਾਚ ਲਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਜਾਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਆਊਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਜੀ।
Yeah, so just a couple stocks I'll be watching today that performed pretty well. The first one is this SGHC, which is a sports betting and online kind of casino company. They gave a nice breakout from this downtrend here today with volume above the 10-day EMA. So as long as it can hold this 850, we'll see if this continues to have legs. Also, typically on a good breakout, this is what you want to see on the volume bars as well. We're kind of above the sort of that 10-week average, and we're holding up consistently, and it is rising, right? So if we can get continued volume to come into this one, I am expecting a test of its all-time highs around that $9.20 marker, and then from there we'll see if we get continuation to the upside. This company also does have a lot of positive headwinds, as they are reporting strong year-over-year growth in divisions like Canada as well as in Europe. And recently their sort of America division has been kind of breaking even, and they recently spinned it off, tried to kind of regain growth in that sector as well. So a lot of good headwinds, a strong management team as well, good earnings on their last report. We'll see if they can hold on this breakout today.
ਜੀ ਜੀ, ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਅਪਡੇਟ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਟ੍ਰੈਂਡਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਊਜ਼, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਵਰ ਕਰੀਆਂ। ਸਟਾਕਸ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਆਊਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕਵਰ ਕਰਿਆ। ਸੋ ਹੁਣ ਇਹੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਿਵਨ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਆ, ਆਪਦੀਆਂ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨਸ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੋਟੀਆਂ ਰੱਖੋ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖੋ, ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਟਾਪ ਲਾਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਚਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਹਰਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਦੇਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇਖਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ। ਜੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਪਸੰਦ ਆਈ ਤਾਂ ਲਾਈਕ ਕਰਿਓ, ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਕਰਿਓ ਅਤੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰਿਓ। ਅਤੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੋਰਟਫੋਲੀਓ ਲੌਂਗ ਟਰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖੀ ਤਾਂ ਡਿਸਕ੍ਰਿਪਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀ ਲਿੰਕ ਆ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੇਖਿਓ ਜਾ ਕੇ। ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ।
Nice. Okay, I think I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at some stocks now, and I think most of the stocks they are already extended,
Yeah.
or they are not giving that much strength with the market, like with this market actually.
Yeah. Especially today, there's a lot of volume. Like we're seeing a lot of good pullbacks, but just not volume come in on that follow through.
Yeah, if you see Plantier, Robinhood,
I mean,
so
still good, still base. I mean, good relative strength, so still watching. Hims was a little bit disappointing today. Not really holding up too well.
yeah, Hims is also kind of like,
This company was also doing Rocket Lab. They had a strong breakout today.
yeah, they it was actually not this one. There's another one. It was in my watch list actually. RBLX.
Yeah, RKLB. Oh, Roblox.
Yeah, RBLX. So
Oh, yeah, this was nice too.
yeah, I bought this one. Then yeah, I'm waiting for Plantier breakout actually.
Yeah, I think they could. It was a bit disappointing today. Like their action, they filled the gap here, but they didn't really show strength on the recovery. So a bit concerning, but still holding up above the 10 and the 21. So I say keep an eye on this 118. If that can hold, we'll see if we get a breakout.
Actually, this was in my watch list, SMR, and it already broke out today, and it gave pretty good move.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in my watch list.
Oh, strong volume too.
Yeah, and this was his Kopang, CPNG.
CPNG.
So this is Amazon CPNG, C, C, CPNG, not K.
Oh,
C.
sorry. Long. See, this shows I'm tired.
Yeah. So this is Amazon of South Korea. So this is a nice company. I'm holding this one also.
I think SC's competitor, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty good. And PDD holding Temu. It has earning today, and yeah, it was down.
This is a Chinese company, right? I don't really like investing in the China companies, especially with this environment.
Yeah, this is PDD Temu.
Yeah. Oh, this is Temu?
Yeah, this is Temu.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, everyone is using Temu.
Yeah. Then it might. Yeah, Temu's pretty good.
Yeah.
This also have you ever used this company Remitly to send money?
I didn't use this, but many of my friends they use it
Yeah.
actually.
And so recently, I just found out about this as well. I'm like, look at the stock. I'm like, it's pretty decent. We'll see.
There's a screener called 3030, I think. Let me
In
on
deep view.
yeah, in deep view.